Boys and girls, how we doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. You know what I haven't done? I don't think I've done a Discord ping, have I? What a terrible person. Whoa, 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 what's this 29 kill streak?
Is that your wallet?
Mr. Norton!
Just
Good
glad to see
morning,
me.
welcome in. Morning, morning.
Both, I hope.
Little bit of Inscription today, do we think? A little bit of Inscription, maybe? I'm nearly, very nearly at the point where we might test some of the gathering. Oh, that's wildly zoomed in, isn't it? How we all doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Coffee's up to you all. Yeah, a little bit of Inscription today is the plan. I need to record. I might try and do this on stream, you know. I might wombo combo this. We might do this live on stream. I don't record videos too often live on stream, but we'll see how we can go with that. I've got to get my tailoring first impressions. We've got to have a little bit of a look at Inscription, and then we'll keep ourselves busy. Weirdly, didn't get any gleaming from transmutes yesterday. Did like 30 daily transmutes. Got nothing being fully spec'd. How can you do 30 daily transmutes? By it being daily, that means once, right? Or did you remake the character every time? The reset cooldown thing? Oh, that doesn't work for dailies, by the way. The first of the day bonus, there's no way to cheese the first of the day bonus. The only way you can do that is to delete the character and level the profession up again. And even then, it seems to be... Yeah. But yes, a little bit of Inscription, I think, today. I am so close, you know, to feeling confident enough that we can maybe look at starting to distribute the Goblin Guide. I spoke about this a little bit yesterday, and I don't like to really start the stream talking business, but I think the way that I'm going to do it is I'm going to provide it to my gold goblins over on Patreon. I think that's the fairest way I can do it. I contemplated just putting a value against it and like actually quote unquote selling it. But I don't really want to. I want to try and offer back to the people that have supported me for a while already. I don't like putting things behind a paywall particularly anyway, is why my perks on Patreon have always been quite modest. I like to focus the attention more on if you want to support me as a creator, then this is an option. I've tried to not be like selling something. I've put way too much time and effort into this little project so far for me to just give it away for free. But we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. I finally got to a point yesterday, for example, where I think some professions, like leatherworking, for example, I think I've got them finished. Or as close to finished as possible. Like so, leatherworking here, for example, it's, for the most part, 90% finished. There's a few extra bits and pieces that need going into it, but this is just leatherworking, by the way. So much that's gone into this so far that it's almost ready to start distributing. But good morning, boys and girls. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Let's switch over to... Don't need to see my big face this morning. I'm probably hot as well. It's really warm in here. It's 25 degrees already in Finland, and it's like 11 in the morning. So you only get one daily dose of gleaming. Yes. Yes. That's the way it's likely to be. You get one dose from your daily, assuming you've spec'd far enough into it for that to happen. Then you get your transmute of the day will also give you some gleaming, assuming you've also spec'd into that as well. So there's only 2 ways to get gleaming per day. Is the sheet available for Prime subscribers? Well, it's not my spreadsheet. There might be something spreadsheety, or spreadsheety-esque, or The War Within. But the full Goblin guide, probably not, no. Right. I don't think I actually need to be on this, dude. Let's log on to the other realm, actually. Let's jump into... this realm. Do we have a scribe already? Do we have a scribe somewhere? Oh, I do have a scribe. What did we do on this one? How far did we get with this one? I think I put Inscription down very quickly because it was just so dead. Blasphemite's not going to be the big money maker we first thought. I think people's pie in the sky pricing of it was a little bit over exaggerated at the beginning. I'm not convinced it's going to be much different to Dracothists, honestly. It's just a more controlled Dracothist market. That's kind of the concept, I think, here. It's just going to be more controlled. There's going to be, you know, hopefully there won't be the initial problem like we had with Dracothists, being that they flipping, you know, were able to, the cooldown was being reset on them. People were printing them as fast as they could, regardless of any limitations that were meant to be put in place. Otherwise, known as it was just broken. But conceptually, I think it's going to end up being about the same. I don't think they're going to be that expensive to produce. There's going to be initial upfront cost to the alchemist to get in a position where they can produce them, but once they can actually produce them, the crafting cost per blasphemite is not going to be outrageous. Farming ore or farming herbs? Why pick one or the other? If you're out there farming, pick up both. Pick up both. And yes, time is money. Time is exactly money. Did we actually level? We didn't really level particularly far on this one. I'm willing to almost delete this character and start again. Just because things have probably significantly changed since we did this. So let's can this character off. Manthe Scribe is no more. Delete you. Create a new character. For a bit of variety, we'll go with a Goblin Hunter. And we'll go Manthe Scribe. Give it the same name. It means it will copy the UI settings automatically. Found a ball, have you, Nick? Found a ball. We'll get it. Where'd your ball go? Oh, we've got the actual image shows up now. One dog, go play with the ball. They go a different way, like flasks or potions. Blasphemites will be for your alts. Alt armies will focus on blasphemites. I wouldn't recommend going for blasphemites on your main character. You will still very much be able to make substantially more gold. Blasphemites are the alt army thing. Not really so favourable of a path for individual characters, unless the thaumaturgy ends up being something that you can manipulate it for materials more so. If there's a net positive result on the materials anywhere, obviously at face value, it's like you break shit down. But if there's any way to manipulate what you break down to get something that's worth more, there's a possibility there. But that's super maybe, maybe not. That very much obviously depends on prices as well, so.
Peace, friend.
Inscription. Go. Look. I'm yet to be fueled with coffee this morning. So let's see how this goes, shall we? We're going to need some materials. The question is what are we going to need? We're going to need to do some milling for the first stage. Let's acquire some. Let's grab some materials then. I wish there was just a buy stack button. Make this much easier. Oh, they're 5 gold a piece. Okay, let's just buy 100 of each then. Okay, there's some mats. Incoming OCD. Must be neat and tidy. Must be organized. You wouldn't assume that if you saw my early notes on professions. I spent about 4 hours last night just trying to like finalize and pretty up the document so that it looks like presentable. We're getting there. Right, you just hold shift, right click, and then enter a number like normal. Buy stacks. Isn't that what I was doing? I just want a button. Buy 1,000. Boom. Made a video on that today. I believe it's currently broken. Yeah, alchemy, the thaumaturgy and transmutagen system is still pretty busted, I believe. Every single week, people are going back and they're retesting it, and they're noticing differences each and every week as well. There's a few people I know that are doing the same for things like prospecting. Haha, speak of the devil. He's in YouTube chat. There are a few people that are focusing on, you know, just trying to replicate the same sort of test each week to see if there's any changes. This is kind of the best way you can do it, really, because as we know, profession stuff tends not to go really anywhere near blue posts unless it's something major and overarching, like the implementation of a new system, for example. But like little tweaky stuff never, ever, ever hits the change logs. Buy them all has a stack button. Does it? I think I need that add-on then, don't I? Make things much easier. Much easier. Right. I'm going to assume we're not going to need much else, at least for the leveling. Do I try and figure out the leveling path first go as well? Do I try and kill 2 birds with 1 stone? I have absolutely 0 notes about Inscription. I do not know a thing about Inscription. Okay. Sure. We do some milling then. We do some milling until we get to skill 10. We're going to mill the basic ass bitch super duper mega cheap herbs. Why would you do anything else? Nacretius? Is that how we're saying that? How many different times in this one expansion are they going to throw a word at me that I can't say? Nacreous pigment? Okay. Nacreous pigment. Go. As long as we can still get skill points, we probably keep going, right? Skill 1 through till, well, currently 10, but see how far it goes. Not like we're not going to need the pigments, so...
Hello there.
Green at 15. Grey at 20. Alright, let's just keep going until we get to 20. 10 herbs a go as well, by the way. Just noticed. Just noticed it's 10 herbs a piece. Hasn't it always been 5 before? 1 to 20 mil herbs or pigment. We will need these later. Boom. Boundless cipher. Not many options here, I guess, considering we're going to need to make a bunch of inks. We're going to make some inks as well. Lure drop pigments. Oh, interesting. Interesting. We're going to be milling the different herbs to get the different pigments. See? See? Is there any item like the Zap Throttle in Dragonflight? Not that I'm aware of. Ninja. Love that name. Welcome in. It used to be 5. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it used to be 5. Once upon a time, we had mass milling that was then 20. Will officially be known as the Lurpak pigment going forward. Buttery smooth. The Lurpak pigment. Is it going to be the Lurpak herb as well? Distilled Algari freshwater, a liquid cleared of its impurities and frequently used by scribes, can be purchased from vendors, also known as water. Distilled Algari pigments then. Distilled Algari pigments. This one. Water.
Have a good one.
I've been expecting you.
Well, let's just break down 100 of each of these. Our goal here is not to figure out what materials we need yet. It's more to figure out what the actual leveling path might be. It seems to be pretty straightforward. Mill this, you get this. Mill this, you get that. They don't seem to have made the milling process too complex. So you can target the pigments that you need. So there's no real random, no real RNG in early milling. And the milling rates seem to be pretty consistent. You mill 100 herbs, you get 50 pigments. Seems to be a 2-to-1 ratio, pretty much straight away. Can we... Oh, yeah, you still can't mill the Aratha's spear. Remember now. All of that, we can only make 2 inks. Are you kidding me? 25 pigments a go? 50 pigments a go? Shit, the bed these inks are expensive. Oh, but you get 5 per go. Okay. I see. So it's actually 5 pigments. 5 lure drop pigments and 10 nacreous pigments per go, isn't it? Okay, that's still going to mean pricing up inks is not going to be too problematic. Thanks for the compliment. Love your videos. Consistently watch all the updates on professions in the beta with them. So Goldmaker, it's a good insight before we dive into the world with it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Fun fact, my sister-in-law is called Pinya. Probably why I like the name. I often refer to her as the Pinja Ninja. Is it you? Don't play well. No air, earth, fire, or water resources this time. Not in that stricter fashion. There are these things. There are... Okay, there's a few items that are of worth noting in that sort of category. You have writhing samples, crystalline powders, ley line residue, and viridescent spores. These are most likely going to come from gathering predominantly in the same way. Acquired by players with the herbalism skill. Acquired by players with the herbalism skill. Fragments of crystalline, herb, or ore. Found within an altered herb or weeping ore. So there is going to be some bonus components that are acquired. They don't fit quite into that regular category of like earth, fire, water. You know, they're not strictly elementals in that regard. And they've been way more limiting with when they use them. My big complaint with Dragonflight is that you could not make a single thing without arousing or an awakened. It was practically impossible to make anything without, you know, something elemental attached to it. Which meant that for me was one of the key reasons why most of the actual base materials were just trashed here in value so fast. Because the actual bottleneck was these random ass elementals that you needed on everything. Even level 1 potions, you did flip in rousing fire on or whatever it was. So, it's, you know, there's something, but it's not as impactful this time. Or at least we're led to believe it's not going to be as impactful.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
Unless things change, of course. The usual beta disclaimer here. Is there going to be a cheap tailoring recipe for the shuffle? Tailoring recipes don't seem to be that finalized right now in terms of their costs, so kind of hard to tell. But I do have my suspicions already that tailors and enchanters will become quite a popular pair again. What do we need for these ciphers? We need inks to make the ciphers. We need this storm dust business. Oh, that's interesting. You're going to need the assistance of an enchanter to get some storm dust to make the ciphers this time round. Okay. A lot more that goes into these now. My assumption is here that the best path to success here is probably to make the appreciate inks up to 25. That does mean we need more everything. Need like 125 of these. For 4, I think we need 250 nacreous pigments. I already start to feel that these values might change. We have burnt through an awful lot. We've burnt through an awful lot of herbs just getting to skill 25. Please stay orange all the way. Boom, 25. Nice. Oh, it's also stayed orange still. Ooh, there's a chance we continue making more of these. Oh, I've just realised both the herbs, the pigments, and the inks all have quality. Ooh. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Herbs, pigments, and inks all have quality. 3-stage... Ooh, okay. Okay. This is going to start feeling more like flipping Dragonflight prospecting, isn't it? Essentially going to need a prospector to make the gems for the sockets. What do you need for making flasks? Milling? There's going to be a lot of you needing the expertise of other players. Unless you are willing to run multiple professions multiple times. Jewel crafting is quite an obvious one to showcase. You're going to want your first one character, one jewel crafter, to spec heavily into. You're gonna want that one jewel crafter. Excuse me, coffee's coming back to me. You're going to need that one jewel crafter that's going to be focused on prospecting your gems, or prospecting the ore to get your gems. You're likely going to want a second jewel crafter who can then take those gems and cut them to sell. You are likely to possibly, if you want to do any work orders, possibly even have a third jewel crafter to specialize in making rings and necklaces if they become popular again. There's seemingly 2, if not 3, very distinct paths that you might want to take early on. Very much similar to how Dragonflight launched, but the way that the spec trees are laid out in the War Within, it's harder to gain this sort of crossover straight away. Plus, I think they're going to be tighter on the amount of early knowledge points that we can obtain. They have made the mistake, I think, of being vague in a blue post about a knowledge cap. I don't have the blue post to hand. I really should keep all of these things bookmarked, shouldn't I? I don't have the blue post to hand. They have been very vague about the fact that there might be a knowledge cap per week. And some people have already taken that small snippet and ran with it. And I don't think it's going to be quite as capped as people are believing it might be capped. For reference, when I was looking at leatherworking, where's my leatherworking guide? For example, I already know how to quite quickly and easily get 75 knowledge points in leatherworking. That's before I've even crafted anything. There is also 80 plus recipes in leatherworking. So let's say you do what you need to do to get as many of the recipes as you can. You could easily, I think you could quite comfortably be 100 knowledge points in the first week. And that's just leatherworking. That's the only one I can reference right now. But I don't think it's going to be capped quite as much, and I hope that they clarify this little snippet from the blue post. They kind of slipped it in of that there'll still be a weekly limit, and people have gone to they've taken that information. I need to find it now. I can't remember what blue post it was in. If somebody has the link to what I'm talking about, that would be much appreciated. Let me go check the form. Wasn't it was the concentration one, I think. Okay. This is what I was referring to. They've said down here, this was in the blue post. It was actually just a response to somebody's questions. Where's it gone? Yeah. Is knowledge progression going to be hard capped per week, or are there any plans to have something similar to Dragon Shards? Profession knowledge and artisan's acuity acquisition are tied closely to NPC crafting orders, which are not ready for testing. They are now, though. You can test them now. Progression is indeed capped per week. However, there is a catch-up system that turns on pretty early. So this doesn't really... I can see why people have taken it and they've gone, oh, capped, boom, maximum number you can obtain. We don't know if it's a soft cap. We don't know if it's a hard cap. We don't know what strictly is capped and what's not, what counts towards the cap, what doesn't count towards the cap. You know how, like your crests, you can go around and you can get quest rewards that give you crests, those of which are not included in the cap. So it's like, it's still a little bit kind of like details, Blizzard. We need details. Yes, it could be that you can get, let's just put a number out there. Let's just say that you can get 10 knowledge points a week for the knowledge cap, but your one-time crafts will still be on top of that. Your first-time crafts will still be on top of that. Your treasures will still be on top of that. Your renown rewards will still be on top of that. Your vendor items will still be on top of that. Your treasures per week are likely to still be on top of that. The only thing to take away from this is there is seemingly very unlikely to be a Dragon Shard situation. There'll be lots of one-time things you can do, and on top of those one-time things, there'll be a small number that you'll be able to achieve each week that once you've achieved, probably by NPC work orders, let's just say you'll only be able to get 5-10 knowledge points a week from your NPC orders, and that's what the cap will be, to make it so that people don't just constantly churn through as much as they can that way. But without a weekly cap, somebody had 100% no life in a week. Well, people did that in Dragonflight, right? It was only about 4 weeks into the expansion, and somebody turned around and goes, yep, I've completed engineering. And we were like, what? What do you mean you've completed engineering? There's 500 plus knowledge points. And it turned out they'd been farming Dragon Shards for like 12 hours a day for a month. Yeah, it's going to be capped except for, and it's the except for that we need to remember is going to be a thing, right? So if you want to actually keep on top of your crafting professions and you want to stay in a competitive point, you're going to have to also make sure you do everything possible, including getting up to this potential cap. Anything of note for early access players, is everything open for professions for 3 days early access? We don't know. The simple answer is we don't know. My opinion is that they're probably not going to cap practically anything to do with professions. It'll just be open season. As we know, professions, for the most part, aren't really capped. The auction house is open day one. You can herb, you can mine, you can gather, day one. You can level professions, day one. We don't even have to wait for the season to start, so I don't see any reason why they would prevent you from doing any of this for the 4-day early access. It's just going to be doors open, go do it. And gamers do gamer things, they'll find a way around any of it, right? They're not gonna stop you from herbing and mining in the first few days. They're not gonna just magically turn off all of the ore nodes and the herb nodes. That would be crazy. They can't turn off all of the beasts, so they can't prevent skinning. So they can't in any way prevent you from acquiring the materials. They could turn the auction house off, but they're not going to. Let's be real, because the auction house works for everything that's not the War Within. But they're not going to do that. So the reality is that it's go from the very second the game launches, which will be the 4-day early access. Which is why, unfortunately, if your focus is on goal making, the 4-day early access is hard to state that is anything but mandatory. Is 70 to 80 going to have flying? Yes, you can fly instantly. The interesting thing is you are restricted to only dragon riding. You cannot use regular flight. You are restricted to only dragon riding. You have to do a Pathfinder achievement at level 80, which is simple. It's like complete the campaign and explore the place. And then you can do your regular old flying. Right, where did we get to? Where did we get to? Would you recommend doubling up on gathering? Yes, always. Always, always, always. If you are going to spend time flying around picking stuff up, you want to make sure you can pick up as much as you come across. So if you pick herbalism, you should always take mining. There's no exceptions to that, really. Campaign and exploring done. Yeah, pretty much. The Pathfinder's like stupid easy. Right, we got to 25. Let's try and keep on topic, at least somewhat shape or form. I will of course do permanent Q&A when needs be, but we're going to need a shitload of inks, aren't we? Are we just going to mill up a fuckload more stuff? Continuously craft inks. If we can get skill points from crafting inks, why would you not? I think is my approach with this. Other than at such a low skill level, the inks that we're producing quality 1 inks are not going to be that valuable long term. I must admit, I like the fact that they seemingly have fixed this problem where pigments didn't matter. Even though herbs, pigments, inks had quality in Dragonflight, none of it ever really mattered because it was so goddamn easy to make inks at top quality. They seem to have addressed that now because 505 recipe difficulty on an ink. Woo! It's going to be a while before we're producing these at quality 3. We could take some of those inks we've just made and we could make some ciphers if we so chose. Do you think that's a cheaper option than just banging out more inks? Why would we not ever need more inks? We're clearly going to need more inks. Surely everything coming up needs inks. And inks go into ciphers, which is the other thing that we're going to need a lot of anyway. So I'm going to just continue crafting these, I reckon. Does mean we're going to need to mill up a shitload more drop. How much was it for these? 25 a go. Let's assume we get 5 more points out of this, so another 125 lure drop pigments, I think. And now 250 nacreous pigments. We're going to have burnt through like 1,000 herbs plus already. Still at 25. The process of leveling for Inscription is really simple. You're going to chunk through a lot of mats though. A lot of mats. Any word on crafting speed? Crafting speed is a stat that you can get. You can get it on your tools and accessories and stuff again. It's unlikely to ever be of value though. We have burnt through nearly a full stack of microbloom already. Okay, that's a full stack down. I'm going to make the assumption that for whilst you are still leveling, you are unlikely to ever want to mill anything but quality 1 just by price reasons. Hang on, I do want to do open this. Oh, we did learn some new stuff at 25 actually. Shit, I should have checked if that's still worth doing. 2 shadow inks, a bunch of spears. Okay, we will get to all of this, but I still think making inks is the best move. Not like you're not going to need them. Wow, still orange. Okay, well we just make inks for days then. Okay, this is odd. This was not expected. Not only is it odd that we're going this way, it's actually the best way to potentially even go. It's not even a question. Contracts aren't tradable apparently. Where's... You look at the contract, bind to Warband until equipped, meaning you cannot sell it. That's a soft soulbound on the contract. So you're going to have to be responsible for making your own contracts. It does mean that speccing into them is going to be an interesting choice, but for work orders, you're going to be able to put in a work order for your contract? It's a good question. Can you put a work order in? Let's check.
Greetings.
Okay. Yeah, I stand corrected. Yeah, gonna have to put in a work order for one. Remembering that public orders are going to require you to provide all of the materials. Big change. Back to the old school way for public orders. Does mean they'll be insta-sniped. At least it means people get their shit nice and fast and it gets rid of all these scams. Big win in my books. Personal orders, you can still do whatever the hell you want. So if you want to get an alt or guild, friend or something to do it, sure. Okay, no, that's actually quite cool. We can still put work orders in for them. So you're not strictly going to need your own scribe. But you won't be selling them. One less thing on the auction house again. You're only going to want rank 3s of those. Public orders dead. That might be true, actually. Rank 1. 100 rep every time you complete a world quest. 120 rep every time you complete a world quest with a quality 2. making me assume it's probably going to be 150 for every... What is it? 150 for a quality 3? I can't easily see. 150 for a quality 3 contract. Personal quality 3. Still says 120. That's probably a tooltip error. $100. Oh, you changed this, but it doesn't seem to change the... Oh, there you go, 150. Okay, maybe they're just busted.
Till next we meet.
Yeah, work order contracts. Do we know if the hidden skill up is persistent? No, that's gone. Hidden skill value is out. What the bar tells you you're going to get. What this bar tells you is what you're going to get. Inspiration is... It's still in the game files. It might still always permanently stay here, you know, because I think Dragonflight might still have some weird uses for inspiration. But inspiration is obviously going. Ingenuity is your chance to regenerate concentration if you use it. But yeah, what the bar says is what you're going to get. Which I can only advocate for, because that... There was too much random. There was definitely too much random in Dragonflight crafting. If you craft enough, random just becomes an average. Random slowly disappears if you do things at scale. Just like these days, I still see many people complaining that Dracothists are useless and that they've stopped crafting them. Yet I still know certain individuals that are doing it at such a scale that they are still making bank off it. Because the law of averages works in their favour if you do it enough. We need to get all the way to skill 40. I have a suspicion we're just going to be making inks for days. We're 1,500 microbloom down already, by the way. That's actually a good point. Yeah, contracts will likely return to the old way of being only able to sell them within your own server because of work orders. Excluding guilds, I'm already planning to do something a little bit sweaty with a guild, because guilds are going cross-realm. I haven't figured out the logistics of this, but with guilds being cross-realm and cross-faction, and guild orders just working is the claim. I've yet to test this, but we are under the belief that guild work orders will still be a thing, and that you'll be able to craft for anybody in your guild regardless of what server they're on. I'm already considering some goblinry crafters guild. Yes, I'm thinking of putting together a bit of a crafters guild, having some experts in the guild, and having it such that people can join the guild, put in their guild order to the crafters, get their something made, and they can G-quit and go back to wherever they came from. Problem is people lose their guild rep. No, not my problem. Not my problem. With the Warband for contracts, you won't be able to move it, so only for the non-bound items. Well, you can move it. It's you know, you can use it on any of your characters on any of your servers, but the point being is that you then can't go and sell it, right? Warbound until equipped. It's yours until you equip it. It's not leaving. You can't, you know, there's nowhere to sell it. You know what happens when you place a guild order and then leave the guild? Does it cancel the order? I don't know. Like I said, I've not tested it. This is something that I've just thought of as a possibility. I've thought of it as a possibility. I haven't really given it much thought. But, you know, if it works, it works. Or we need at least... Well, technically, we need enough to craft at least 10 of these. You can't learn anything more until skill 40. Skill 40? Inscription. Yeah, we don't get any more trainer recipes until 40 now. So we just have to do with what we have. So this better stay orange, flipping all the way to 40. Well, this is going to get omega expensive. Okay, good. Still orange. How will the green PvP crafting go in the War Within? They're making changes to PvP gear. I've not really covered this in much detail. The green PvP gear, by my understanding, they're changing the way that you acquire the recipes slightly. You can still acquire the recipes by winning in PvP. It comes out of the reward chest thing. That's still going to be a thing, but it's going to be much, much, much reduced in chance. That was the primary way that people got the recipes before. And in fact, I think it's nearly the only way people got the recipes before. This time round, that chance is going to be heavily diminished. Instead, every single one of the recipes will be available on a vendor. And they're going to cost like 7,500 honor each, I think. The design, though, is more in tune with Crafter's Mark gear from Shadowlands. So, for maybe those who didn't play Shadowlands, it is... I can't showcase on this character very well, can I? Oh, I guess I kind of can. You will get the recipe, and what you will do is you'll then have these competitors' heraldries, which can be added. These will be obtained. These will increase the difficulty. These will increase the item level of the PvP things. There's also the chance that then next season they replace these with something different. Consider it your PvP spark in a way. So you probably won't need to repurchase the recipes every season, but crafters or PvP players will come along and place work orders using whatever the new current season heraldries are to get that relevant season's PvP gear crafted. So hopefully what I'm trying to get at here is it will cut the recipe bloat down. You won't be buying a whole new set of PvP gear every season, or PvP recipes every season. But at the flip side of the fact that you as a crafter are unlikely to be mass crafting these and selling them, the people who are going to be able to sell them, because they are bind on equip still, let's not forget, they're still bind on equip, but the people who are going to be able to acquire these and then choose to sell them if they wish are the PvPers, not the crafters. Because, well, unless that crafter is also the PvPer, because these competitors' heraldries are going to come from PvP. So it's kind of a PvP currency to make PvP gear, and provides players who focus on PvP a way of, you know, they could put in an order for one of these, they could craft one of these, and then they either choose to use it or they choose to sell it. That's their prerogative. But yeah, it's Unfortunately, the crafters become the middleman in this scenario. The crafters become the middlemen. We're just the ones that make the piece of kit and then hand it back off. Means you will, as a crafter, your prerogative here is to just harvest resourcefulness like a machine, I would imagine. You want to stack resourcefulness as high as you possibly can, so that you can harvest as many resources as possible. You can't recraft this and add heraldry later. Maybe. I've not tested the crafting of PvP gear much, but much like any recraft, if you make one once, maybe, yes, you can get a recraft on it instead of making a new one. That might be the way that it works, is that you buy your initial set using your Forged Combatants ones. You then step up to Forged Aspirants ones and get your items recrafted. It might be substantially more a recraft market. But obviously those PvP players, if they have spares of these, they can choose to craft with them or get a crafter to craft with them via a work order and then throw them up on the auction house, I would guess, for as long as they do stay bind on equip. I hope they do keep them bind on equip. I think that could be quite an interesting market for PvPers, all honesty. People who engage in PvP on the regular. PvP has always been one of those things where it's very difficult to like make gold from PvP. And just like you have players who are, you know, M+ for life, you have, you know, people who are arena for life. They log on, they do arena, that's all they do, sort of thing. I just want to point out, we're nearly 2,000 mycobloom deep at the moment, and we're only skill 35.
The winds guide you. May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
We're 2,000 mycobloom deep, and I don't think we've finished yet. I don't even think we're close to being finished. Oh wait, hang on, what's going on here? Unless I have fully gone the wrong path with leveling this. Why did it stop? Oh, I know why it stopped. Why it stopped. Enough for another 5. That should get us to 40, as long as it stays orange. One thing I am going to say is that leveling is going to be remarkably boring as a scribe if you go from 1 to 20 milling and then 20 to 40 by making inks. Wow, and it's still yellow. Okay, skill 20 to at least 40. Aspirate. Is that how we say that? Aspirate ink? It's just apricot inks. What? No, don't. Google, stop changing what I type. Oh, stop changing the word. Apricot ink. That's not even a flipping word in my books. Apricot inks. I'd F6 and say you need far too many mats to level Inscription. Well, we'll see. We'll see how far we get with this at the moment.
What brings you here?
Inscription only just works again. It's barely in working form, so. We're in the same boat though. Maybe we make... Where have we got to get to? We've only got to get to 45. Now, you are unlikely to be able to mass produce these in any way, shape or form for the purpose of leveling. So even though it gives skill points, we ignore it at this moment. Inquisitor's Torch using 2 codified greenwood and 1 boundless cipher each. We could start producing some boundless ciphers, I suppose, and then make 5 of these. Codified greenwoods. Take shadow inks themselves. Bunch of Aratha's spear. And we get 5 out of them per craft. How many ciphers do we get per craft? We get 5 ciphers per craft as well. So actually, 1 craft of this, 2 crafts of this, is enough materials to make 5 Inquisitor's Torches, which is likely going to get us to 45. Is that going to be more or less expensive than just continuing to do inks? I think it's probably worth doing these, as you're going to do them for your first time crafts regardless. You've made a bunch of inks, and so it's probably smart to start using some of them. Does mean we need to make a couple of shadow inks. We're missing 1 or more of the required items. Oh, I don't have my inking set. How did that happen? How did I get this far without an inking set?
How you doing? If you ever need anything.
Oh. Right, we need some shadow inks. We need to make 2 of these. Make some intermediates real quick. Knowing that we need to make these at some point later on means we could possibly make some of these once we get skill points from them as well. We are trying to sort of optimize things a little bit more. We now need to make some boundless ciphers. Means at this point the only thing we're going to need is the storm dust.
Yeah, what do you want?
Oh, can I not buy... Can I not get quality 1 storm dust? I would want to replicate what happens when we're using only cheap shit.
Hurry back.
Would one of you sell storm dust in lesser quality?
Greetings, traveler.
I mean, if not, we'll deal with it, but... Okay.
I have just the thing for you.
Welcome, friend. Keep it real.
Okay, it's not impactful enough to sway my results. Right, that'll mean we can go from 40 to 45 with these things. Yeah, you kind of... my suggested plan of action for most when leveling the professions is you want to get this skill up as far as you can, as quickly as you can, especially before you start putting points in your spec trees. Unless you absolutely categorically 100% know where you're going to spend your spec points, I do this first. You don't really want to have to spend spec points just to get recipes that will give you skill points, unless you really absolutely 100% have to. That happens at like skill 80, 90. That 90 to 100 phase is where I've already noticed on a couple of professions you have no choice but to spec into something to even get those last few points. Leatherworking, for example, you can't get past skill 90 with leatherworking without speccing into a gear crafting tree, which I disagree with. It means that those who want to go for leatherworking, for example, those that want to specialize into making the intermediate reagents, if they want 100 skill in their profession, they are still going to have to at least put some points in something they don't want to be able to be as efficient as possible with the thing they do want. Which is a bit weird. But sometimes weird things do happen. We'll live with weird things. Okay, so let's make a couple of these then. These will get us to 45. Are you able to rotate characters within your warband to share the renown benefits? I think you are misunderstanding what warbands are. Warband is not just the first 4 characters on the list. Warband, your warband is every character. Every character on any of your accounts on that one Battle.net. One Battle.net account can have up to 8 accounts, and each account can have, what is it now, 65 characters on it. Your warband is everything. Everything that you own. Plus your renown for Dragonflight. Your renown for most Dragonflight and all of the War Within. Your renown is account-wide. So. Not much point adding a new word, just call it account bound. I know. They've caused more confusion. They've caused more confusion with this warband thing than they have anything else. People have been asking for account bound, and now Blizzard are like, oh no, it's warbound. What do you mean warbound? Yeah. What did we talk about the other day about branding and how rebranding is one of the most difficult things you can possibly do? And once terminology is widely understood, that changing it is a terrible decision. Yet Blizzard seems to do it. How many times have they changed flipping dynamic flight, dragon riding? What is it now? Sky riding? What? Why? 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 Twitter's well known. Let's call it X. Exactly. People are still confused by calling it Warbound. Well. Oh, it doesn't say on these now. Wait, what? Why doesn't it say that now?
My goods are of the highest quality.
Wait, what? Why do these now have a different tooltip? Much confused.
Good luck.
I don't know, whatever. Oh, there we go. Yeah, binds to warband until equipped. Warband bound. Warbound. There must be confusions. Must be confusion. To keep it quote unquote fresh. Keep people on their toes, to keep people somewhat confused. By keeping people somewhat confused and uneducated. This is real off topic, but it has often been widely considered that things like taxes are kept deliberately confusing. Because the more deliberately confusing you make things like taxes, the more of it you can squeeze out of people before they complain. Because it's very, very difficult to complain constructively about something you don't understand. But that's kind of like, that's conspiracy level talks there. You ever tried to read the terms and conditions on your mortgage agreement? Fucking hell. Good luck understanding all of that. You're just like, well, if I want a house, maybe I have to just sign on the line. Right, what did we get at 45? What did we learn? The Inquisitor's Crutch. And we got Burning Rolling Pin. Well, the Rolling Pin isn't going to give us skill points, but it does unlock our cooking ting. We're going to be making Inquisitor's Crutches to get to skill 50, aren't we? If that's the case... that's the case, we need more... where's it gone? We're going to need... oh my god, I've just realised I've not been writing any of this down. There's no way I'm going to remember this if I don't write it down. Skill 40 to 45 was 5 times... what are these things called? Visitor's Torch. Skill 45 to, I'm going to presume, 50. 5 times... Inquisitor's Crutch. So we need the mats for this. One of you. Boop. And 2 of you. We need more shadow inks. More shadow inks. We need more Orbanid pigments and blossom pigments. No, we don't. We get 5 inks out of it, so it'll be fine. Five ciphers, 10 greenwoods, 5 skill. Hopefully. Boom. Skill 50. Account bound would be the reasonable way to name it, but they're going to use Warband so people think it's a new thing. It could also serve as a scapegoat if it's full of bugs. Turn to account bound and just say, yeah, Warband didn't work. Well, it is going to be full of bugs. The recent PTR update showcased that. I'm hoping that, well, Blizzard have got a list probably this long of bugs with this Warband system. Let's hope that they can go through most of them and fix most of them. Otherwise, it could be quite interesting. Right, we're going to make Vantus runes, apparently, by the looks of things here, to get to 55. Iridescent spores. We need more shadow inks. Iridescent spores.
Be careful out there.
Greetings, traveler.
What are we also missing then? We're missing some shadow inks. Means we need to mill down some more Orbanid ink, Orbanid stuff, which is this. Another 100 of that. And we need the red stuff as well. Does that come from Blessing Blossom? Yep. Will shadow inks go? Enough for 2 sets of shadow inks if we really want here. Right, 5 Vantage runes. Oh my god, look at all the missives we get. Missives for days. That's as far as trainer recipes go. So we're going to be able to bang out some missives at this point. Probably get to skill 60. And then we're going to have to work our magic to get to 100. The advantage for the races with the profession bonus like it was in Dragonflight still hold. I mean, if it's easier to make something the highest rank, it will still save ingenuity or what the item is called to increase the skill and high rank mats. There's still some value in having the right spec, right race, but it's not as impactful as it was in Dragonflight. It's unlikely to be as impactful as it was in Dragonflight. The simple understanding is that you can eventually guarantee pretty much everything at top quality. But the caveat of that is that you're also going to be needing to use top quality materials to achieve that. So if you want to drop down and use, say, quality 2 materials and use some concentration to make top quality instead, having 5 extra skill points, say, will mean that you use slightly less concentration than somebody else doing the same. Meaning that in theory you get to produce slightly more per day. But it's a very, very marginal advantage. One that I don't suspect will be really impactful at all. Fingers crossed. Okay. Before we go on a rampage making missives until they run out, we should probably now start to decide where we might go here to get to skill 100. 55 is great. This will probably get us to 60, maybe 65 if we're lucky. But then how do we get to 100? The only things that we have on our list right now that is going to get us to 100 is Dark Moon Sigils and weapon crafting. Contracts are already yellow, meaning by the time we've crafted a few missives, these will have gone grey. Getting our inscribed rolling pin comes from a wax encrusted chest. The silver tongue's quill comes through the spec tree. From past experience, these things usually go grey at skill 90 anyway. Profession books are not going to give you any skill. PvP gear is not going to give you any skill. Wow, we are straight up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, that's not got the right materials on it, clearly. That looks better. Oh, that one's broken. That one's broke. What's going on here? These are all broken. This is the only one that seems to maybe have the right materials on it. Yeah, that's still broken. Okay, our options to get to skill 100 with Inscription are skinny. We better hope to hell that people want offhand crafted gear or two-handed staves. Intellect and agility variations. Any long-time scribes in chat? How many people wanted a two-handed staff crafted in Dragonflight? Was it a consistent thing, or was it few and far between? Staves were crafted and needed. Okay. Pretty popular early on. Okay, well that's good then. Okay, seems to be some common consensus that they weren't too difficult to find customers for, which is good, because it is likely to be it's likely to be your only way you're going to get to skill 100, the way it stands right now. Let's say then from skill 55 to, I'm going to assume, about 60, we're going to make a variety of missives. Probably want to make one of each for your first time bonuses. So let's get some fresh parchments.
What's up?
Glittering parchments? No, I want fresh ones. They're not the right parchments. There we go. Maybe now we got the dragonflight ones for.
Be good.
Peace, friend.
Oh, we don't need this open anymore because there's nothing there. Inscription seemed pretty profitable, but first season only. Okay. How much of that was all of the evokers though? Was it all the skinny lizards that wanted them? Or was it... Who else is going to use a two-handed staff? Mages don't even use two-handed staffs really anymore, do they? Mages tend to use dagger and offhand if I'm... I don't know. Blacksmithing is a weaponsmith. I had a bad time. Nobody really wanted the crafted weapons. Only a few pieces of the armor. Okay. Druids could use both of them. Okay, so it's predominantly druids. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Every time I say the word makes sense, it just makes me think of lore with the podcast. His old podcast. His old interviews with Ian. Makes sense. Makes sense. Doesn't matter if you use staff or main hand offhand. Okay. Seasoned mage. Chipping in there. Good, good. Obviously, until Bislis comes out, it's all speculation, but... Let's make some more ciphers. Do we need, what, 2 ciphers for each one? We make 5 per craft. So we need at least 10, 12 ciphers to make one of each. What am I missing? More storm dust. How much storm dust did I pick up to begin with? I think I picked up 100 storm dust, didn't I? So we've burnt through 100 storm dust on this process as well. Make enough for at least 10, because I reckon we're going to take this to maybe 65 if we're really lucky. Possibly 70 if it's like broken OP. I'm going to start crafting from the bottom, because these are the most likely ones to go yellow first. Just a bit of an insider crafter trick there. Given the option, pick the one that's lower down on the list first. Harvest some first-time crafts. Harvest some artisan security. Harvest some knowledge points. Fuck me. There's me going on a... okay, well ignore that last top tip, because apparently it doesn't fucking work. Sure. They're in alphabetical order here though, aren't they? I think. Don't know why this one is orange later than the rest of them. Guaranteed verse and mastery. Crit haste is probably the big one early days, right? Everybody is just disgustingly low on haste. Just like haste gems. I know as a seasoned Jawncrafter, haste gems are always your biggest seller early in an expansion. Haste mastery. Burst haste. Burst mastery. Okay. The one where I reckon you are probably going to see the least sales from is the one that is going to give you skill points. Great, okay. Okay, well, 55 to 60. One of each missive for first time bonuses. Skill 60 to, I'm going to assume 65. 5 times. Called Algari missive. Quick blade. Gonna go yellow at 65, maybe? Wow, still guarantees skill points at 65. Sure. Slowly chunking through all those inks that we made at the beginning, though. I'm happy to see that these weren't, like, going to waste during the leveling. So the choice to just continuously make apricot inks at the beginning was not a terrible one. Is this going to go to 70 now, then? $69 giggity. Still orange, even at 70. Okay. Starting to feel a touch broken here. Or maybe this was their, oh shit, we've made it so everybody else can get to 75. How do we do it with Inscription without breaking everything? Okay, we'll just make this one thing give you points all the way to 75. I mean, if it works, but... Welcome to the flood of Quickblade missives on the auction house. That's another 100 storm dust we've gone through as well. Do you think it's wise to buy the Longboy from the providers before the War Within hits, or wait for a miracle from Blizzard's side to introduce an alternative? 2 full expansions after its extinction. I think you get your hands on it however you want, whenever you can. I have wrote off the opportunity of ever getting it from the black market auction house simply due to the fact that it resets at just unless for some reason my schedule turns on its head and I just happen to be online at 1 AM every morning to check the black market auction house. I've pretty much convinced myself I'm never going to get it. If Blizzard do a Blizzard and give us another way to get it at some point, then I would equally be just as surprised. I'm at the black market auction house every reset for a year, never seen it once. I'm not surprised. Yeah, I get TSM notifications emailed to me, and I don't think it's ever popped up on Draenor, or if it has, it's been sniped so fast that I've not even been given a notification that it exists. Which equally makes me believe that it's just never turned up on Draenor. I need to do it for the Zulian Tiger. Well, luckily, you'll have more chance getting that one. You will have slightly more chance getting that one. It will still be... It's still one that's insta-capped, I believe. But it's a little bit more possible to get. Only fractionally. Is this just going to instantly go grey at 75? No, it's still giving skill guaranteed at 75. Okay, I'm about ready to say that this is broken. Give me some more storm dust.
Welcome,
Oh, I'm here. What are we missing here? Oh, I'm out of water. Oh, and I've also not got enough inks again. All of a sudden. Give me some more of the water. That. This one.
Hurry back.
More inks, more ciphers. Got plenty of parchments. We need more apricot inks. Means we need to do yet more milling. Well, I'm really happy that we have used all of these. I was starting to get slightly worried we were going to be left with a bunch of these left over. But at this rate, it doesn't look like we're going to have any. We've not got any left over. I think I need 250 maybe. Maths real quick. 50 per, 5 crafts would give us another 25 inks. We'll lure drop real quick. There's part of me that agrees that it just kind of looks broken because it's the only thing giving me skill points. But there's also part of me that thinks that that's a really quick and easy fix for Blizzard to solve a problem that could be more difficult to solve any other way. In terms of the fact that there's not really a huge amount of other options. Yeah, there's not a lot of other options. Because they seem to have changed their mindset of capping people at 50 skill. People complained so heavily that the last 50 points were a grind and it made absolutely flipping no sense in Dragonflight that they seem to have moved the bar to about 75 skill now. And they're like, well, if you want to get from 75 to 100, you're still going to have to do work orders, but the theory is you need to find less and do less of them. Plus NPC work orders is their way to say, well, we've given you like a slow and steady way. Even if I don't think NPC work orders are really going to actually help people here. But it might just be that they wanted to get you to like a high enough point and just making one recipe take you all of the way. Like, it's not great gameplay design, but it does solve a problem. Changing one recipe and making just one recipe do the job of them having to go in and rebalance 20 recipes to make it a smoother, steadier path could be the decision they went with. Because nearly everything else we've got here, PvP recipes, you're going to need to buy or acquire the PvP recipes. They don't want this to be sort of a mandatory thing for leveling. The knowledge books, I believe, are still on a discovery system, right? So you learn one, you spec into making the scribe one, and in making the scribe one, you proc the chance to make the other ones. This is the same as Dragonflight. But they can't really have these giving you skill points because not everybody will spec in that direction. Your profession equipment you can go out and get, but of course this falls in the same category as work orders. It's fine to do at the end of the thing, but as you can see here, it's not really. Even the other professions, the profession equipment crafts are graying out at like 85 to 90. Missives for profession stats you have to spec into. Contracts are purchasable. Contracts is something that they could use to give you skill points, theoretically. Weapons are going to be the main thing that's going to get you past the finish line. Dark Moon sigils seem to be the same. Whatever these transcribe things are, I don't even know. Transcribe the essence from your other Khazalgar Dark Moon cards into cards of evolution. You have to spec into these. So you take... Is this maybe a way... This is maybe going to be a way to normalize the price of Dark Moon cards and potentially limit... I say potentially limit, it might not necessarily work all that much, but potentially limit certain individuals strongholding single cards. If you in essence buy the cheapest, if you want to build a Radiance deck and you buy the cheapest possible Dark Moon card in existence, and then transcribe it into a Radiance card, you've got a 1 in 8 chance of getting the card you want. So if there ends up being some of the decks that are worse than others, and so less in demand, it means the individual cards will then ultimately be cheaper. People will be able to buy those cheaper cards and give themselves a 1 in 8 gamba chance at getting the card for the deck that they actually want to produce. This sort of recycling with a bit of gambling. It's gambling if you're doing it once or twice. It will no longer be gambling if you're doing it at scale. Might allow for the deck values to be like closer together. There's often this weird thing with Dark Moon decks that one ends up being 2 or 3 times the price of all of the others because it's the one that everybody wants and all of the others are trash. This will kind of normalize the price. It will limit the highest price that can be charged for a single top-end deck, and it will pull up the price of the one that people don't particularly want as much. Okay, well, let's make more of these then. What are we missing? More water again. Didn't I just buy a bunch more water?
Time is money,
I swear I just bought a bunch. Oh well, buy some more. Done.
doing business with ya.
He's got to go yellow now, surely. It's not gone yellow at 78. Wow, we're going to go like 85, 80, 85 with these? Okay, it goes from giving you skill points to just nope. Okay, sure. We go from 60 to 80 by making those missives. Okay. So there's your brick wall. There's your brick wall for Inscription as it stands at the moment. Feels strangely easy to craft these from skill 60 to 80. I don't know how better to describe that. Okay, but then we hit that brick wall, and now our literal only option is to acquire these recipes. Careful on carving torches. Careful on carving staves. Careful on carving staves 5. Or we have to spec into archival editions. That's it. That's it. That's your only 2 hopes here. You should describe it by watch my Twitch video here, or then just put a link and a timestamp. I suppose. Actually, not a terrible call. All right. So, skill 80 plus. Skill. This should give you... How many spec trees are there? There's 4 spec trees. This alone is the reason why people are going to want to get 100 on this bar. Because until you've got 100 on the bar, you can only unlock 3 profession. 3 spec trees. Let me build out my notes just a little bit more on this then. From skill 80 to 100, you are going to need spec into unlocking the end game weapons. Endgame weapons. Via the... What tree was it for these? Careful carvings tree. Or... Dark Moon Sigil. Oh, Dark Moon Sigils? Dark Moon Sigils. Via the... Gotta get the words right on this. Via the Archival Editions tree. That's not how you spell editions. Skill 80 to 100, you're going to need to spec into unlocking the endgame weapons via the Careful Carving spec tree or the Dark Moon Sigils via the Archival Edition spec tree. That means That means, likely, once again, you are done fucked if you spec into Pursuit of Knowledge or Pursuit of Perfection first. You cannot categorically get to skill 100 without speccing at least some points into these trees. Archival Editions, just unlocking it, you have to go through... You have to die... When do you actually get the recipes for the Dark Moon cards? Is it on unlocking them? Okay, it's when you unlock them. So there's a bare minimum of... Learn a sub-spec of your choice. So 0 points in there, technically. Unlock the tree. Put 0 points in there. It'll allow you to unlock cryptic collections. And learn a sub-spec of your choice. Ah! Okay. So they have kind of made it... You don't actually have to spend any spec points, technically, to get one of these sigil recipes. Since if we unlock, we instantly get to unlock a sub-spec here, and you go Cryptic Collection, and we learn this sub-spec. We've still not spent any spec points, but we get straight away able to unlock one of these Dark Moon sigil nodes instantly. We had to unlock the tree, but we don't have to spend any spec points in it. That means we aren't going to be very good at crafting these when we unlock them. But this is where hopefully, you can do something with it. Right, for the purpose of testing here, I'm going to do Radiance. Just because it's the only one that has the right materials. What does the Dark Moon deck Radiance do? Your damaging spells and abilities have a chance to ignite your target with Radiant Focus for 15 seconds. After dealing up to 40,000 damage to the target, the focused energies ignite you with Radiance, granting you between 600 and 1,200 of your highest secondary stat based on the damage dealt for 15 seconds. Now, these ultimately are optional crafting reagents, which in theory means you can craft them and you can put them on the auction house. Now, it will be an outrageously expensive way of getting from 80 to 100, because you will need to make 20 of these. You'll need to craft 20 of these at the cost of 20 Dark Moon decks. But at least it's an option. It's not an option for the weak of the weak-stomached out there, but it is an option. Have I seen any recipe kind of drop? A lariat kind of recipe? You get recipes from all over the place. Much more widely in Dragonflight. In the War Within than in Dragonflight. Is there going to be one that's like a 0.00% drop chance like the lariat? We don't know. We don't know. Plus, we don't know what everybody wants yet. Until BIS lists come out, we don't know what everybody wants. The lariat was only important because everybody wanted it, and it was super rare. If nobody wanted the lariat, nobody would have cared. Look at the other rare drop recipes in Dragonflight. Like there was that ring, jewel crafting ring, which was also very, very rare, but nobody cared about it because nobody wanted it. The stars had to align for the lariat recipe to happen. It means it's practically impossible to predict before the game goes live. if we want this, go learn subspec. Apply changes. Technically get Dark Moon Sigil Radiance. We acquire this without spending any points. I need to screen cap this. It is possible to unlock a Dark Moon Sigil recipe without spending single knowledge point. Be aware that you are only able to unlock 3 out of 4. 3 of the 4 spec trees at this point. How do we alternatively use careful carvings as a way to get the weapon ones? These come from careful carvings, staves, 5 points. Careful carvings, staves initially. And cable carvings, torches. Learn how to use missives to specify the stats on carvable equipment and learn a subspec of your choosing. Okay, so you can instantly go into here. Learn to use various optional reagents to infuse staves and offhand weapons with power and learn a subspec of your choice. Okay, so it's the same again. You can actually unlock Vagabond's Torch or Vagabond's Careful Crutch. Once again, without technically spending any spec points. This is more thought out than it was in Dragonflight. Which is better. And if you go staves, you only need to put 5 points in to get the Vagabond's Bounding Baton as well. Meaning, theoretically, you can unlock these 3 and a single Dark Moon Sigil for the cost of only 5 spec points. Which, even if you're not planning on going this route, let's say you're going the Pursuit of Knowledge route, or you're going the Pursuit of Perfection route, I don't know. I haven't actually looked at the spec tree directions, really. Maybe you're actually, as a scribe, going to put a lot of focus on these trees anyway. Alright, that's a little bit more delicately put together. I like that. I like that. If we unlock this spec tree, learn careful carvings, learn combative curiosities, and then unlock staves. Oh, we're going to miss out on torches because we need to put... Gain 5 skill when crafting staves and offhand weapons. Gain 5 skill when crafting staves and offhand weapons. Oh my god, we got to put like loads of Oh shit, you got to put a full 30 points in there. So you're going to have to go either this way or this way. Well, it makes a lot more sense to go into staves, doesn't it? And that subspec. That gives you the careful crutch, which is the agility-based one. So there's a way to unlock two recipes that will give you skill points up to 100 without actually spending any points. It is also possible to unlock Vagabond. What's it called? Vagabonds. Careful crutch. Out spending a single. So let's assume you do both of those things, unlock both of those trees. You now have 2 recipes that can get you from 80 to 100. You're just going to have to play the work order game. You got no other chance, no other choice at this point than play the work order game. What you would hope is that when you open your crafting orders and you go into NPC work orders, which one did we unlock? Not that one, right? Fuck me. Of course we don't get we get the one that we can't make, but sure. You're either going to have to find people to do work orders for at that point, or you're going to have to cross your fingers and hope that NPC RNGesus blesses you kindly. Is there a way to change item groups in TSM whilst not in game? I have a group that has like 10k items in it and I want to take them apart, so like an online version. No, unfortunately not. You have to do it all in game. That's not strictly true. You can kind of use the group maker thing, but it's designed in fact, no. For all intensive purposes, you have to do it in game. How does the commission from NPC work orders look like? Does it seem like a passive goal making thing? No, not at all. Don't be distracted by the fact that these give you gold, because more often than not, you are going to have to provide something of your own to fill the order. Even ones where they provide you all of the materials. There's the possibility when they provide you all of the materials that the materials they provide you are dog shit, and then they want higher quality than you're able to craft. But like this, instantly, I didn't even have to try, right? I didn't even have to try, and I found one where, well, actually, to make this at quality 2, I'm going to have to use 127 concentration to fill this order. That is not worth the 80 gold that they're giving me, unless you have absolutely no other use for your concentration. So, from a gold making perspective, these are going to be a net loss nearly every time. This feels a lot more like a flipping slot machine, right? Just because the jackpot tells you can make $100, what it doesn't tell you is you might have to put $120 in to get that out. It's not going to be something that you will make any gold off. There are 2 substantial reasons why you're going to use NPC work orders. They're going to give you small incremental rewards, which could consist of either artisan's acuity or, more importantly, knowledge points. And the second reason you might use them is because you will also have a quest that says, please do X amount of work orders per week. This is not going to be a way for crafters to make gold, particularly. It's just it's all an illusion. Now, interestingly, not that I can confirm or deny this, there was initial early reports of this NPC work order system. This was live very, very briefly at the very launch of beta, and then they quickly twitched it off. And that gave people a little bit of a glimpse, and there were commissions of like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 gold then. Which they've clearly gone in and go, whoa, no, 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 no. Reverse, slam the brakes. But yeah, I don't suspect this is going to be a way for you to literally make any gold from. Okay. From 15 down to 4, based on the recipes that we've acquired via leveling the profession. 15 down to 4. Of those 4, which ones are we able to actually do? We looked at this one and decided that it's going to use so much goddamn concentration to provide quality 2. That's probably a no thank you. Thank you, but no thank you. Codified greenwood, not providing any materials. Wants quality 2. Once quality 2 isn't providing any materials and is only paying 56 gold, no thank you. There is no chance that this is going to have a combined cost of like less than this. Certainly not anytime soon. So that's 2 no thank yous. What about the Inquisitor's Torch? You gave me the Boundless Cipher, great, but you gave me a shit one. Great. You gave me a shit one and also demanded that you wanted all of this on it as well. You want it quality 3. We can do this, but we're going to have to use 144 concentration, and we're going to have to provide our own codified greenwoods to get 48 gold. That's another no thank you for me. Lightweight scribe's quill. Providing all materials, great. Providing all materials is good, but you want it at quality 3. Okay, well you've provided shit materials again. Meaning if I want to make it for you at quality 3, if I want to fill this order, it's another 25 concentration. That's more acceptable for 67 gold. So, realistically, only 1 out of the 4 might we even slightly be interested in. This is why I'm more and more thinking that these NPC work orders are like a bit of a swing and a miss. You will possibly choose to do, like, even if you have a quest that says, please fill 3 work orders. You know how we did that in Dragonflight? All expansion is we faked 3 orders from an alt for the cheapest shit we could possibly find. And that worked perfectly well. We didn't like doing it, but it worked. NPC work orders aren't going to replace that. You're still going to send yourself orders from alts if you have a weekly quest to fill orders. You're not going to use this. The only reason you're going to use the NPC crafting order system is if they, well, make it better than it is now. And it will be the catch-up system. But it will make catching up expensive and annoying. Not a direction that I think is a smart move. We're going to be forced to use it for the knowledge and the acuity, even if we don't want to. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. Or there'll be players out there that will be, you know what? I'll just go and get 1,000 artisans acuity on day 1 by shuffling my professions around and then not worry about it. Okay, let me finish off my thoughts on this. Warning. Warning. This next section will guarantee skill 100, but will be very expensive. Skill 80 to 100. Craft 20 Dark Moon Sigil Radiances. I'm going to assume it's 20 before I've done it, but... Can I buy the Dark Moon deck Radiances off one of these fellas? Hang on, it might be on these guys, mightn't it?
What would you ask of death?
What did you bring me?
No. Okay.
Don't die.
I've been expecting you.
Go in peace.
Well,
Okay, is it just fundamentally not possible to test then? I can fudge it another way, but I'd rather not have to fudge it.
What brings you here? May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Okay, give me a shitload of sparks and a shitload of these. Sparks, ciphers, and greenwoods.
interesting.
Sparks, ciphers. Can I buy the ciphers? Or am I going to have to craft them myself? Damn, I'm going to have to craft these myself, aren't I?
If you ever need anything,
Looking for something special?
The winds guide you. Walk
Alright,
with
fine.
the earth.
Trinket vendor? Oh. Oh, I forgot you exist.
Greetings, traveler.
No. No, still not even on the trinket vendor. Okay,
Go in peace.
you're just the class set stuff.
Ancestors watch over.
EVP gear vendor?
Do I
Just out
have
of
a
curiosity.
deal for you?
No.
Be good.
Okay, yeah, I've run out of options. Right, I need to make a metric ton of... What's 20 times 30? It's a big number, right? It's like 600 boundless ciphers. Oh, fuck me sideways. Sure. Right, let's do it.
yeah, what do you want? Glad I could help.
Can I just buy the inks at this point? Please tell me I can just buy the inks.
Interesting.
Oh no, I can't even buy the inks.
Ah, I have just the thing for you.
What
It's
brings you
painfully frustrating. Alright, fine. Apricot inks. Oh dear lord, alright. For the long haul then. Still can't believe they've decided to add ranks to the enchanting mats. I think it's nice though. I probably not for a little while still, but there'll come a point where we're going to have to do just massive disenchanting, prospecting, milling sessions, pilfering sessions to try and figure out like rates on this sort of stuff before the expansion goes live. Trying to hold off doing it too soon to alleviate there being any changes behind the scenes before it goes live, but prospecting's been fairly solid. Yeah, we'll probably not until August at some time will I really bother doing too much of that. Right, lure drop pigment times 1,000,000. Yeah, they really should just take inspiration out at this point. It's another thing that I think is probably causing more confusion than others. At least a few times a day I'm getting people saying, is inspiration still a thing? If they leave it in, it's going to be chaos. They just need to delete it from the code as fast as possible. I'm just thinking, whilst you do only need 20 points to get from 80 to 100 here, these absolutely should give 3 points each, shouldn't they? There's no reason why these should be giving you just a single skill point. So much so that that's... crafting these is a joke for 1 guaranteed skill point. 3 would feel much better. 80 to 100 is gonna be one hell of a grind. One skill point graph very low. 3 better. Got to get the feels in there. Got to get the feels in there. Boundless ciphers times 1,000,000,000. We're missing water.
Welcome,
Stay
friend.
hydrated.
Be good.
I want to point out I've gone through a disgusting amount of gold just in vendor shit. So, oh no, did I buy the wrong water? Oh, fuck off, game.
Well, spit it out.
There we go. I'm not going to be enough, is it? I've run out of gold.
Be careful out
The
there.
irony I've ran out of gold on a test platform. Give me 10k more gold, thank you. Now a bunch of trash in my bags.
Have a good one. Hey, how you doing?
ciphers times lots. Go. You had to buy the regular water, not the sparkling water. Would sir like regular? I would like your finest tap, please. In line with other professions, giving 3 skill points. Yeah, I think 1 skill point is just an oversight here. 3 makes a lot more sense. Considering you have so few options to get from skill 80 to 100. This practically means you need at least, because let's not forget there's a good chance that these go yellow at like 90 or 95 or something. This is already at least 20 work orders to get to skill 100. Oh dear God, we've still only got 90. How many of these did I said we needed to make? Oh my Lord, have mercy. Okay, even testing this is going to be a ball ache. I'm not even sure I want to do it. I'm so intrigued to see when these go broken. Oh, fudge McDucks. More apricot inks. More apricot inks is more milling. What happens if we mill bigger and better herbs? We actually get an increase in the amount of pigments we get. Marginally. 5s, 6s, 7s. What about top tier stuff? Obviously it's going to push it into quality 2 guaranteed, which might help, but does the quantity change? 5s, 4s, 6s, 4s, 5s, 5s. Mill rate doesn't seem to change particularly, going up in quality. I'm speaking out loud here. Mill rate doesn't seem to go... Mill rate? Yield, should I say, is probably the right word to use here. The yield doesn't seem to increase by using higher quality. But of course, it's going to, you know, vastly affect this bar to the point where you have to use quality 3 early on to actually guarantee quality 2 pigments even. Now, tools will give you another 40 points. I don't think you are ever getting to 505 without speccing very deep in making inks either. Just straight up having a scribe that makes inks for you might be might be something needed. I always thought that was meant to be the way though. I thought milling, just like prospecting, should be its own sort of like spec direction in the first place. Beneath these, codified greenwood stuff and all. Just more water. Oh god. My water bill's going through the roof. But this stuff.
Be good.
Yo, I've just realised, does the inscription bag come with some good shit?
Time is money, friend.
I'd kind of forgotten about it. I don't, at this point, I don't care. I'm not keeping track of material usage. Enchanting inscription bag.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Oh, yes. Finally. Inks, pigments, inks, herbs. Oh, wait, hang on. What we got here? Tortuous essence? What the fuck is this? It's not even needed anymore. Oh, you give me the sigils, but you don't give me the Dark Moon cards. Oh, okay. Wow, that's gonna cleverly distract people from how goddamn expensive these might be. Okay. That gonna help me in any way, shape, or form making the... Well, it didn't give me any low drop pigment. Great. I'm gonna have to mill my low drop pigment. No, it says we've got 1,000. Use best quality shit. Go. Okay, these become easier to make. Speaking about bags, is there a way to get the patterns for the bags from the vendor? Not on the test platforms particularly easily. Most of the tailoring bag recipes come from Nerubian vendors in the last zone. What was it called? Ashgahet. What's the point of the profession-specific bags when they've got reagent bags? Well, it's the little perk they give you. Every profession has a tiny little equip perk for them. So you will ultimately want that. It's just up to you how much you're willing to spend to get that little perk. I don't know how many of these we need, but that's enough for some of these so far. 30 ciphers per, 25 per. Make a bunch more of these. And we don't know how much renown that they're locked behind yet. The bags, tailoring bags, I don't think they're locked behind any renown at all. It's just that the currency needed to buy the recipe in the first place is this new currency called Kej. Which you will have to farm for as a tailor. It is Warband tradable, yes. It is. I stumbled across an interesting thing the other day as well. As you build your renown with whatever the last faction's called, I can't remember the name, the Nerubian fellas. As you build your renown with them, there is a way to convert your resonant crystals into this Kej currency. It starts off at a really gross conversion. You take 800 resonance crystals and turn them into 100 Kej. But eventually, I think it's like Renown 22 or something. Eventually, it becomes a 1-to-1 conversion with your resonance crystals. Resonance crystals, for reference, are like Dragonale supplies. They're the new sort of expansion-wide generic currency. So tailors might be, even though it's kind of an indirect thing, tailors might be quite incentivized to level that renown path up quite quickly, and then they can, if they are short on Kej for buying all of these recipes, they can convert their resonant crystals into them instead. It's kind of is working similar to like the barter boulder, barter bricks kind of thing, that it starts off at a really poor conversion rate, and as you get higher and higher reputation with them, it gets better. I can't show that very well right now. You'll just have to trust me on that, but if you go check the renown paths, that faction, you'll see it in action. Okay, that's enough of this right now for 10. Let's make some more boundless ciphers. What am I going to be missing here? Storm dust. Storm dust. Give me some more storm dust. Wow, 375 a piece, and I need thousands of them. Fucking. Why is it so expensive on the beta? Like 500 at least.
Glad I could help.
Even using max quality materials, I'm still only able to get quality 2 with these without speccing into aggressively making them. Quality 3 materials are going to be expensive. Oh my god, I can't even get over how expensive quality 3 mats are going to be. There's not going to be a single quality 3 material in existence that hasn't had somebody use concentration on it for quite a while. Quality 3 mats are going to be expensive. If people want their maximum quality gear and are requested to bring quality 3 materials, ooh, spicy. Odd question, but how do you see Dragonflight specialization in the War Within? Dead? What do you mean? Are you referring to, like, how are you going to catch up with the Dragonflight stuff if you haven't finished it, or... I mean, you ain't going to care one iota. If you haven't already done it, sign it off as something that you probably will never do. I need way more of these. Way more of these. We're at Storm Dust again.
Welcome, friend. Pleasure doing business with ya.
There's practically no value in anything from Dragonflight as soon as we move on. A handful of, like, toys and that sort of stuff. Interesting, they have made an item that is like a generic spark that I've yet to find out how we get it or to go and test it. But there's like a generic spark that will be able to create cosmetic versions, I believe, of the crafted gear for like MOG appearances and stuff, but I don't really know how that's going to be implemented or how it's going to work or yeah, I don't know much about that system yet. I've not looked. Okay, I've finally got together enough materials to make 10 of these. That will at least give me some indication of when these might go yellow. My assumption is we might get some of the... Hopefully, these stay orange all the way to skill 100. You have insufficient reagents. No, I don't. Lies. Alright, go. Okay, still orange at 85. Good. We're still going to be orange by the time we hit 90. Okay, still orange at 90, which is good. Now we need mats to make 10 more of them. Hope it's only 10. What are we missing? Water?
Interesting. Be careful out there.
the cost doesn't matter. 100k enchant sold at the start of Dragonflight. Well, yeah, this is the thing, right? This is the wonderful thing about the World of Warcraft economy. Some people have 10,000 gold. Some people have 10 million gold. It means that, you know, there are players out there that will spend whatever the hell they need to get their character like 1 inch further ahead than somebody else. Took off August 20th to 26th and told my wife she will not really see much of me. I have a bed in the office. They're just going to be playing hard for that first week. Yeah, I've already forewarned Mrs. Manthius that she needs to assume that I have left the country for a good week or two. I will be in here, but what some people don't realise, behind that door that about see in the background, behind that door is a bedroom, and to my left is a kitchen. This is basically a fully fledged apartment, so I will not be leaving here for a good week or so. Sure, the dogs, wherever they be, right now you can't see the dogs right now. There's technically a dog like here. I don't know how if you're full screen, you might see the doggo lurking in the background here. The dogs can come and visit. The wife can come and watch the telly if she wants, but I'm going to be playing an awful lot of video games. More storm dust.
Hey, how you doing?
Where did the storm dust go?
Hurry back.
My wife is aware she has 2 weeks to herself. Yeah. It's also my birthday in September. So there's a good chance that I might have to take I might have to take at least a day off in September to have a birthday. Oh, have I burnt through all of my Wrath's Spear again? Okay, sure.
Yeah, what do you want? If you ever need anything.
I have just the thing for you. Ancestors watch over you.
Oh, flipping more water again.
Well, spit it out. Hurry back.
What's the advice for those with 10k? Steer clear of crafting and just gather like a living bot the first month. Enter the crafting later once prices drop. Pretty much. Pretty much. Spot on there, in all honesty. Pretty much. You'll still make an absolute packet gathering in the first month or so. You'll make a very healthy wage just going out there gathering. Demand for high quality material, because they've made quality 3 gathering, to my understanding at least, more difficult as well. And both, I think both herbalism and mining have a upwards refining option. You take 5 quality 1 and turn it into 1 quality 2, and you take 5 quality 2 and turn it into 1 quality 3. Now, they implemented this in Dragonflight, and it was dead on arrival. Straight up dead on arrival. And that was because players were able to gather quality 3 without too much difficulty. And at the same time, the demand for quality 3 was obviously there, but it wasn't as big of a thing to use quality 3 materials as it's going to be in the new expansion. This time round, we're likely to see that conversion from quality 1 up to quality 2 and quality 2 up to quality 3 maybe be viable. But of course, you've got to remember that the price increase between quality 1 to 2 to 3 has got to like 5x both times, right? If a quality 1 herb is 1 gold, a quality 3 herb needs to be at least 25 gold. That ratio between quality 1 and quality 3 has got to be massive for that up conversion to be useful. So I'm still not convinced that like gatherers will do it. But let's see. Let's see if quality 3 materials end up being rare enough. There's viability for it at least. Alright, how much of this do we need? Oh, exactly 250. My God, that was good timing, wasn't it? More boundless ciphers. What's going to cuck us on this? Water, herbs, and storm dust.
Hey, how you
And I've run out of gold again.
Be careful out there. Well, spit it out. Pleasure doing business with
Can I
ya.
just open this bag again? The bag.
Glad I could help.
Go. First 4 days will probably be mad on material gold. The biggest demand for the higher quality materials, though, is going to come from those players who want gear crafted for them. So there is going to be a bit of a delay on that. It's simply going to be one of those where if you are trying to get somebody to make something for you via a work order, most crafters are going to be like quality 3 materials or it's not happening. Because if you use quality 2 materials, it's either not going to be even possible to guarantee at the quality that that player wants, or it's going to require significant concentration. So crafters are going to be like, give me quality 3 materials or it doesn't happen. But of course, that's mostly focused on like gear, so that won't really kick in until season 1. Of course, intermediates, potions, all of that sort of shit is going to be big business even before the season starts, as people try and get their shit together for when the season does begin. Enchants, gems, consumables, that sort of stuff is where a lot of the demand for the quality 3 materials will start from. But there's no denying it's going to be fun. It's going to be very fun. Storm dust again. God have mercy. Be interesting to see how concentration is priced by the market across different professions. Yeah, I usually have relatively accurate guesses at this sort of stuff. But truth be told, I still don't have a clue what people are going to try and charge for concentration. I think the obvious thing will happen, right? You'll have some people that will vastly underestimate how much of it is needed to craft shit for people and will accidentally basically give it away. Then there will also be the people who try and charge like it's just stupid money for it. But with most things, right? If there's a demand for it out there, pick a big number and double it. Pick a big number and double it. If somebody wants the thing, they'll pay for the thing. Enough for 8. I guess I need more.
Welcome, friend.
concentration on all items or just gear. Everything. There's the opportunity to use concentration on any single craft in the game. This is why. This is why you take inspiration away. You take away that random chance to proc a higher quality thing. The only way you get the higher quality things is by pressing this button and using concentration. It's going to take crafters some serious effort to get to the point where they can guarantee top quality anything without the use of concentration. And even then, it's going to be expensive. You'll have to be using quality 3 materials to do it. This leads me to believe that anything you see on the auction house that's crafted and at top quality will have some concentration used on it. It's gonna be really interesting to see how it plays out. It's very difficult to get your head around and guesstimate prices on stuff though, because economies at scale is a thing, right? If everybody decides that they're gonna roll 10 alchemists, then there'll still be shitloads of stuff knocking about, right? If there is this on the flip side of that though, if something turns up out of the woodwork that is profitable and there ends up being a shortage of something, it's very slow for crafters to be able to react to that. Let's say there's a shortage of a quality 3 material that ends up being vital, like I don't know, let's say these boundless ciphers, for example, right? Let's say these boundless ciphers end up being the bottleneck to making something else. It's going to be very difficult for a scribe or any crafter to turn around and go, all right, well, I'll quickly fix that problem by making a bunch of them. Because if I wanted to concentrate, like, I could make some. At the moment, I'm already doing my best to be pretty skilled here. At the moment, even if I had profession tools on, even if I'd spec'd into making these ciphers more efficiently, I can only make like 25 with the current concentration I have, a full bar of concentration. I'd be able to make maybe 25, maybe 30 of these at top quality. And when you sell these on the region wide, those 25, 30 top quality ones, boom, instantly sold, right? If there's a shortage of a material, it's going to take quite a while before that shortage can be fixed. The entire economy is going to be slightly slower because people are going to be restricted by their concentration. Whereas in Dragonflight, there was never really a shortage of much of anything, because at the drop of at a moment's notice, a crafter could log on and just buy a bunch of materials and just craft 10,000 of anything. And so if there was ever a shortage ever, it lasted about 2 minutes until a bunch of crafters just made a bunch of the new stuff. And then that's why markets would crash. You know, a reset would happen and markets would crash so fast. Any new info about the engineering mount? I've not looked into it in any more detail, really. Where does concentration come from? How does it recharge? Well, it slowly just recharges. If you use it, you can stack it up to 500. Every minute or every few minutes, you'll get a concentration. I've not tested this recently, but it's reported to take about 48 hours to go from 0 to 500. There are 2 months till the release of The War Within. I'm making 200 to 300k gold a day with orders. Sure, okay. Okay. Love the stream. Personality made me push my ass to get successful in the game. Nice. Work orders have always been lucrative. I just think it's such a degenerate way of playing the game. Like, because if you're standing in trade chat, I don't want to go on the work order rant again, but if you're standing in trade chat, filling orders for people, you're just spamming trade chat in Valdrakken, hoping that somebody comes along and wants something. And for the most part, whilst you are doing that, you have no ability to do anything else. Plus, you're playing customer service with everybody that comes along and doesn't understand the system. It's just not fun, in my opinion. It's not something I can extract any form of enjoyment out of. That's not saying that it isn't possible to make, you know, every time somebody comes along and tips you generously, sure, it's great. But as far as I'm concerned, every one person that comes along and gives you like a nice 20k tip for doing something for them, you probably have to deal with 5 people who don't want to pay you anything, you know, think you're a scammer because you had to re-roll something twice. You know, you just get insulted from every angle of the, oh, why are you charging so much? You just need to press a button, and you're like, please just go away. I personally cannot extract enjoyment from it in that regard. And in a way, I'm lucky that I have plenty of gold, don't need any more gold, and so I absolutely don't need to do anything that is not enjoyable to get it. Concentration sort of a way to limit one or few dominating a market. Pretty much, yeah. Now, obviously, any single player, like actual player, can have many characters. And this is why the alt army concept is becoming quite well understood as being a good way to capitalize on this. You might only be able to log on to one character, and as I mentioned, you might be able to make 20, 30 things at top quality and then be able to sell them quite quickly and profitably. Then you're done, right? When you run out of concentration, you're, for all intensive purposes, done. Meaning that lots of players will then log out that character, go to the next character, repeat the process on that next character, and rinse and repeat for as many characters as you have. Yeah, your character is then basically on cooldown until your concentration comes back up. It's kind of a good way to describe it. I can craft everything maxed except for the lariat and CBA dealing with randoms for crafts. It's one of those things, right? If you can find within yourself the sort of like the, how's the best way of describing this? The satisfaction and the role-playing aspect from being a crafter, and you are willing to fight through the trash, and you have, you know, let me put it this way. There are some people that are better at customer service roles than others, and that's what I consider work orders. I consider it, you're playing customer service. Now, I worked in retail, and I worked with the general public for long enough to understand that most people are fucking idiots. You might get a couple of people that come in and are wonderful people to deal with, but most people are fucking idiots. And in a game, it's 10 times worse because you've got, you know, keyboard warriors, anonymity, you know, all of this sort of stuff. Face to face, people are less likely to be a dick to you face to face. Behind a keyboard, fuck me. Right. Finally have enough materials to make 10 more of these. Please, please, please don't go yellow. If it's going to go yellow at all, it'll do it at 95. We went from 94 to 96. That also doesn't make sense. These are all still guaranteed skill points as well. F6 on this. Crafting would sometimes award 2 skill points.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
The real amen. Thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Randius is in good form today. Hey, I think I've been more than civilized today. 7. Another 2 skill points. 99. 100. 100.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Stigma with a prime as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, boys and girls. Thank you. So, what we do know from that is that there is technically a guaranteed way to get to skill 100 without dealing with work orders. But boy, oh boy, it's going to be expensive. And that's without spending knowledge points as well. You could, in theory, I know I made these for the purpose of testing here, but that's only because I don't have access to the Darkmoon deck radiances on the test servers right now. Or at least if we do, I couldn't find them. But you could technically go from skill 80 to 100 by crafting 20 of these. Now the theory goes, obviously, yes, it's going to be outrageously expensive, but you are also going to hope that you can sell them and recuperate most, if not all, that gold. But it's still a little bit expensive. But you know, you got to give people the option. Do you remember that in the actual week we have the Darkmoon Fair up for 3 skill points? Yeah, I'm waiting until the Darkmoon Fair is up on the testing. I kind of want to hope that we can't test this until, when does it come back again? 13th? Couple of weeks time, Darkmoon will be up again. Then I can go and have a little bit of a poke around the Darkmoon. Oh no, sorry, the 7th it turns up. We can go poke around the Darkmoon Fair, see if they've made any changes to that. Okay. Okay, at least I now have a 1 to 100 path for Inscription. It is not cheap. It is not easy. 1 to 80? Sure, fine. 80 to 100? Spicy. Spicy. How are the Darkmoon cards look in this expansion? Well, they're mostly farmed for. Scribes don't craft them. Scribes are not crafting Darkmoon cards. We can do things with Darkmoon cards, but we don't craft them. They are world drops, or we are led to believe they're going to be world drops. You can also fish for Darkmoon cards as well, by the way. Every build seems to be at a lower rate. I think Blizzard are very aware that you can fish for Darkmoon cards and don't want it to be too powerful. Yeah. Okay, let me put some more notes down here for this. Should still primarily be trying to fill work orders on the weapons and keep an eye on the NPC work Okay. 20 Dark Moon sigils from 80 to 100. Ouch. Well, I think it's a thing. Right, one thing I haven't done with Inscription is even take any look at the spec trees, other than to find out how we unlock certain things to get endgame, to actually get to skill 100. Now that we have 100 skill, let's have a look at these then. So, Pursuit of Knowledge, master the fundamentals of Inscription, improving your ability to craft in general. Become an expert at the treatises. Extract more knowledge from them each week. Significantly boost your crafting stats, including ingenuity, resourcefulness, and multi-craft. Okay. Improve the efficiency of all inscription crafts, gaining ingenuity, resourcefulness, and multi-craft per point in this spec. Okay, where's my spec section? Inscription as 4 spec trees. What are they called? The Pursuit of Happiness? No, of Knowledge. Of Perfection, Careful, Carvings, and Archival Addition. Right. Pursuit of Knowledge. This is for general spec. Shadowlands Legendaries was an outlier compared to every single other expansion. Most disgusting crafting there ever was. Yep, I can second that concept. Shadowlands was ridiculously broken. I said it before we went into the expansion. I said it all through the expansion. I still say it now. Shadowlands Legendaries was a massive mistake. Huge mistake. I still don't think they ever planned to have the system be the way that it was. But that still doesn't take into consideration how broken it was. $74 million sold for on the day Double Legendaries got launched. Yeah, I remember selling like literally consistent 5 million gold an hour. Consistent 5 million gold an hour. Absolutely wild. Wowhead doesn't have profession talent calculators yet. Well, I think Wowhead had something. I've not looked because I have access to the beta. I log on to the beta if I need to see. There is one, but it's pretty bugged still. Yeah, I wouldn't rely on it too heavily. Good sales and no damn trade chat system. Yeah, I mean, I would actively turn away people who wanted me to handcraft things for them via trade chat. People were very confused by that at the time. Very confused. People would whisper me, can I give you these materials and can you craft this for me, please? I'll pay you 20,000 gold. And my answer was no, and they were very confused. Very confused. But if I took 20 minutes out of the day, you know, if I took 20 minutes off to mess around and craft something for somebody, sure, 20,000 gold was nice. But in that 20 minutes, I could have made 100,000 gold if I sat at the auction house. it was so difficult a concept to get across to people. I don't want your material, like back in Shadowlands, I don't want your materials to craft something. I have already bought the materials, I have already crafted it, and it's already available for you on the auction house. It was so odd. We like complete flipped on its head, right? We went from Shadowlands into Dragonflight, where completely flipped it on its head. We went from an expansion where there was no way on God's earth I was going to go personally craft shit for people, to an expansion where I can't even put it on the auction house, and the only way I can craft things for people is via trade chat. Hence why I can probably count the amount of work orders I've done on one hand. Legitimate work orders by people in trade chat. It's just not a thing. Not for me. So this looks to be very much your general tree. You learn your profession books. You get ingenuity, multi-craft, resourcefulness. Like many times over. Seems to stack all of those 3 stats pretty uniformly. Earn an additional knowledge point when reading Inscription book. It's an interesting node. That mean your weekly book as a scribe gives you 2 knowledge instead of 1. Cool. This is your general spec tree. Will be useful for your for crafting and filling orders for what these things called. I can never remember what these flipping things are called. Treaties or something. I've been memed on all expansion for the fact I can't say this word. Filling orders. Additionally, Eureka. Improve your ingenuity when crafting Kazongar inscription recipes. Okay, this is purely an ingenuity node. 100% an ingenuity node. Resourcefulness. Any of these do anything interesting other than just give resourcefulness? A lot of what you're going to be doing with Inscription, though, is beneficial to stack multicraft. So I think... How important is this second knowledge point per week? How important do we reckon that's going to be? You're going to put 30 points in here predominantly. 30 points in here to get your second knowledge point per week. Obviously, all the stacking secondary stats is cool, sure. You're going to go from here into here, and you're going to cap this out. Because multicraft is significantly more effective for you as a scribe than resourcefulness or inspiration. You go 1, 2, 3, 4. I think is how you fill that tree out. Unless you are having an absolute field day crafting these for people and you are choosing to stack resourcefulness to the hills to harvest free materials. But that still doesn't change my opinion that multicraft is significantly a higher value stat. I almost wouldn't be putting points in here at all, honestly. Not until you've got nowhere else to spend points. Okay, so pursuit of knowledge is pretty straightforward. General spec tree will be useful for crafting and filling orders with the knowledge books. Great for building up your crafting secondary stats. This said, this is unlikely to be your main focus. Pursuit of knowledge. Great for building up your crafting secondary stats. This says is unlikely to be your main focus. Great for building up your multi-craft. Multi-craft node is B. Resourcefulness node is C. What? What? No. Stop changing shit without me telling you to change shit. Engineering is looking good. Engineering is looking very good, by the way, yeah. Engineering, not only is it quite a fun and interesting way of like leveling up and getting the recipes, I think there's going to be quite many people that will be attracted to the mount. There's going to be quite a strong economy around the mount, I reckon. We still don't know exactly how we get all the materials to make the mount. Pilfering through parts is part of the journey. There's likely to be more to it, though, eventually. The potion bombs, it depends if people want to use them or not, but they look quite interesting as well. Do you think that ingenuity will affect your daily income as you'd be able to craft more tier 3 materials per day? Well, that's the concept of it, yeah. That said, there is one thing that is more limited to you than even concentration, and that is knowledge points. So I still don't believe it's a very wise decision to spend knowledge points on increasing your ingenuity. Mostly because your knowledge points should probably be spent towards getting better at crafting something, firstly, so like flat skill points. Then, you know, stats like multi-craft and resourcefulness are likely to be more impactful to you than ingenuity. Multi-craft, definitely. proccing more things is almost always better than being able to like press the button one, because ingenuity will refund some of your concentration. That still doesn't mean like it still means even at its best ingenuity is weaker than multicraft. Stacking multi, so you kind of have a priority for the secondary stats, and especially when you're spending knowledge points that are limited, you want to make sure that you're putting them towards multicraft more often than not first. Resourcefulness for things that multicraft doesn't work with, and then only once those options are full, then might you consider putting it towards inspiration. I think there's a good chance, and this is also because you can eventually guarantee max quality stuff. There comes a point where you don't actually even need ingenuity. Once you can guarantee things at quality 3, you're not even using concentration, so you're not going to get refunded any because you're not spending any. Whereas multicraft, resourcefulness are always going to work. So yeah, it's kind of odd because going into Dragonflight, inspiration was like best in slot stat, right? You stack inspiration to the hills, not to mention we had the nodes that amplified its power. So you stacked inspiration to the hills, and that was just objectively the right thing to do. Going into the War Within, people are going to be like, well, inspiration's been replaced with ingenuity, but by replacing it, it's also pushed it down to the bottom of the sort of priority list. What about rank 2 with ingenuity once you're maxed? Won't that always be viable? Yeah, sure. But that still doesn't change the fact that multicraft and resourcefulness will still be worth more to you than ingenuity. I just found the Hawk Tour memes. Oh dear. Oh dear. What I found more funny about that is all of the like the DJ remixes of it. I'm not sure the bombs will be useful. Blizzard have already tried similar things before and it didn't work. Yeah, I already think that the potion bombs have a really niche use case in the first place. So niche that I think that the general populace just won't care. Honestly. Right, what's the next tree? Pursuit of Perfection. What does this claim to do? Pursuit of Perfection. Learn to rapidly create inscription reagents when crafting in bulk. Gain additional skill when crafting all said inscription reagents. Oh, this sounds like a lot of me already, you know. So we start off with Pursuit of Perfection. Improve the quality of your inscription reagents, gaining +1 skill per point. Gain +5 skill when milling or crafting reagents, and learn the sub-spec straight away. +1 skill per point when crafting reagents. So anything in... So that's going to be your inks and your reagents, I presume. Skill when milling or crafting reagents. Skill when milling or crafting reagents. Same. Okay, so that's just your be better at making inks and reagents node. Sure, got it. Improved ciphers. Improve the quality of your ciphers, gaining +1 skill per point in this spec. Gain +5 skill when crafting ciphers, and learn to be able to use finishing reagents to further improve your ciphers. So when you're making these, you'll unlock the ability to use finishing reagents quite quickly, and you will just be better at making them. You've got quite a way to go to get even remotely close to the top end here. We're looking at what we're looking at here. +1 skill per point, plus whatever bonuses. How many points is it? 30. 30 points. 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. 50 plus the 30, 80. 80 potential skill by filling this when making ciphers. This node will also affect them, which is another 30. That's 110. 115, 120, 125, 135, 145, 155, 165. 165 on top of 302. 165 plus 302. 467. Plus 40 up here. $507. So you will need quality 3 materials. You will need fully spec'd in here, fully spec'd in here, and you'll need a full set of blue bits and bobs up here before you can guarantee ciphers at quality 3. I don't know what the finishing reagent does. Drafting supplies. I guess we'll find out, but it takes 505 recipe difficulty. There's 507 on offer by my calculations. Okay, so you can get good at making ciphers. What's your other option? Improved milling. Improve the quality of your pigments, gaining +1 skill per point in this spec. Learning this specialization, you can gain 5 skill when milling herbs. What's the herb milling difficulty? 505 again. Oh, I sense a pattern here. Do we get 40% of that from materials? We do, look. We do. Five, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 50 plus 30, 80 plus... Okay, it's the same scenario again. Exactly the same scenario again. So you will be able to, once again, guarantee quality 3 pigments, but only from quality 3 herbs. And then improved inks. This is going to be the exact same scenario again, isn't it? But just for then crafting the inks. Codified greenwood, I presume, is considered a cipher. It must be considered a cipher. It must gain its skill from this node. Even though boundless cipher is the only actual cipher, I'm going to assume that this is considered one as well. Gain 2% crafting speed for 30 seconds when crafting inks. Stacks up to 15 times. So 30% crafting speed buff when crafting inks en masse. It's nice to have. By that point, you'll, in theory, be able to guarantee them at top quality as well. So actually, spec points-wise, we're looking at 30, 60, 90, 120. 120 to be able to guarantee your milling, your inks, and your reagents at top quality. So 120 points is probably not that achievable Because how many spec points? We only gained 12 skill points by leveling. First couple of weeks, you could have this bashed out, you know. And unlock these now, actually. Bombs were useful on the Lich King. I think that was the last time. Oh, wasn't it bugged back then as well? Alright, let me take a quick bathroom break, and then we can make some notes for this. Back in 2. How excited are you about the War Within profession so far? Yes. Quite simply, yes. Right, pursuit of perfection. You should probably label these up as well. This is your milling, ink, and reagent factory. One weird bug for Inscription is that you get more yield from milling when you're not specced into it. When you spend 60 knowledge into milling, you actually get less yield. Oh, do you? Okay, I need to test that in a minute. Maybe they got the numbers backwards. Well, if the yield goes down, but your quality goes up, you know. For example, if you ever get to the point where you're not actually, are you? Yeah, I was just thinking if there's ever like a state you can get to where you can get quality 2. If you could get quality 2 pigments from quality 1 herbs, then that is an advantage to you. but I'm not sure. Not sure that's quite feasible. Yeah, there's not much justification for the yield decreasing when you spec into it. That's probably a little broken. This is your milling, ink, crafting. And reagent factory. What's this called? Pursuit of Perfection. Pursuit of Perfection. Node will increase for milling skill. Herbs. Improved inks. Which is B on my little diagram. Well, in skill turning pigments. Inks. Oh no, wait, hang on. Oh no, that's the general one. Your general. Skill. General skill milling. Crafting and reagent making. Improve milling. Help guarantee top quality pigments. And finally, the what's this one called? Improved ciphers. Does this make sense then? That describing this one as the main milling, ink crafting, and reagent spec tree. Pursuit of Perfection node, which is your first node, increases your general skill, milling, inking, and reagent making. Your improved milling node Improved milling node is ultimately going to improve your milling to help guarantee those top quality pigments. Improved ink node will improve your skill turning those pigments into ink. Finally, the improved ciphers node will increase your ability to craft those inks into reagent. We should probably talk about the fact that there's a crafting speed increase as the final thing. The final... What do we call these things? Milestones? Final 30-point milestone. Each node. B, C, and D. Offer a, what was it, like 30% crafting speed? 2% stacking 15 times. 30%. Maybe a little screenshot of that. Maybe a cheeky little screenshot. Should we expect a skinning, mining, herbalism review? Yes, we're nearly there. We are getting there slowly but surely. I obviously wanted to put focus more so on the crafting professions first, but I have my Inscription first look to get recorded and out there. I have my tailoring first look. I think they're the only two major crafting professions I've not done a first look video on. Then we can venture into the world of gathering, probably early next week. But I'm not stressing. We've got loads of time. Loads of time. Right, what's the next node? And what do we care about in it? Careful carvings. Careful carvings. There's part of me that thinks I should have done gathering first. Mostly because then it gives you a better understanding of exactly how many materials you might get and that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'm not going to do it when the game goes live anyway. What's the overview of this one then? Careful carvings. Master your quill and perfect other profession tools. Craft high quality staves and offhands to be used in combat. Polish the production of equipment and save resources. Okay. Start off with careful carvings. Improve your ability to carve weapons and profession equipment. Gaining skill when crafting carvable equipment. Any interesting nodes on this? Learn how to use missives on them. Skill, 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 skill. Ingenuity. Whoop-de-doo. Okay. Staves and torches. We've already sort of established this is mainly the gear crafting, like the actual weapon crafting section. Staves and then torches. Finishing reagents at 15 points. Not sure how useful they're going to be ultimately, but want to be making things at quality 4, quality 5. You're going to have to put points in here. Torches. Learn how to use finishing reagents again. Okay, so nothing too exciting. Pretty straightforward, easy to understand. If you want to make two-handed staves, if you want to make the torch, go the left-hand side. Profession tools, I presume, is then the right-hand side. Polished production, improve your ability to craft profession tools, gaining +1 skill point. Learn how to craft the Silver Tongues Quill. Skill, skill, subspec, skill, skill, subspec. Okay. You get to predominantly focus in on just being better at making a full... Oh, I remember looking at this a while back and thinking, wow, there's a 30-point skill node just dedicated to making one profession tool. I didn't think that this was really necessary or particularly justified, honestly. But maybe they were desperate to give scribes something else to focus on, since Dark Moon deck card crafting is less of a thing. They kind of had to share. They had to give you maybe more interest in making these. What it ultimately means is it's going to be bad news for alchemists getting their mixing rods, you know. That there'll be less people out there able to make these alchemy mixing rods at good quality. Because you'll have to actively choose as a scribe to spec into being good at doing it. "10 skill when crafting alchemy tools." It's so specific. Like these 30 points, for example, all these 30 points are not going to give you any benefit crafting anything with Inscription other than this one item. It's an awful lot of effort, especially since we know that knowledge points are likely to be capped on a weekly basis. This could, just filling this one node could be a couple of weeks worth of work. Probably wouldn't be a direction as a scribe I would be too interested in. Then again, how many points do you need over here? 30, 60, 90, 120. Okay. Chef's rolling pin could be big business though. Yeah, these these last 3 nodes feel very, I guess awkward is the word I probably would use. If you have an alt army of transmute alchemists, would it be worth it? Yes. Like, that is assuming that not everybody does the same thing, right? The viability of alt armies is going to be very strong in the War Within. The more characters you have, the more professions you have at your disposal, the more concentration you will have across your account, the more things you will be able to make. I don't strictly think there is the need for everybody to go alchemy transmutes, because it could very easily just flood the market. When the market's flooded, then, you know, when the market gets flooded, you might find that there is then less. It is less worth it. It's very difficult to quantify, but I don't think there's really the need for everybody to all go the same direction. It's like the fundamental rule of goal making, really. If everybody does the same thing, nobody wins. Got a feeling we'll have a huge surplus of alt army people since mob remix equals many level 70s. I know categorically, though, that most people won't want to put the effort in. With that, even if they have, you know, the alt armies, it will still be left very much in the hands of, like, the full-time goblins to deal with all of that sort of stuff. Just think about how much time and effort in the first place it's going to take to just level and get one profession up to speed. You're going to have to, and like the expense of doing it at the beginning of the expansion, leveling professions is never free, and it's never free at the beginning of an expansion. In fact, it's at its most expensive at the beginning of an expansion. Today, with the amount of gold that's floating around and the prices of things, it's not uncommon for it to be 50 to 100k gold to level up a profession. If you just go to the auction house, buy materials, level it up, especially by the time that you've bought your profession tools via work orders, you've got enchants on these to make them as optimal as possible. By the time that you've done as many NPC crafting orders at an expense to be as optimal there as possible, having a profession at an optimal point at the beginning of an expansion is not cheap. It's really not. It's remarkably expensive. And I do wonder just how many people are going to be willing to do that multiple times. It's a long-term thing, though. You know, the alt armies are designed so that you cover the cost, you pay your 50 to 100k to level up the profession, and then your hope is that you can very frequently, almost daily, almost weekly, get a little bit of interest back. You know, it's almost like an investment. You spend 50 to 100k, bunch of time and a bunch of effort, leveling the character, leveling the profession, getting it all set up, and then you hope over the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months that it generates a small amount of gold frequently and consistently enough that it eventually has paid for itself and then a surplus. I'm not so convinced that all these fresh level 70s are going to fall out of Remix and just start printing gold. I don't think people really understand just how expensive it's going to be to level up professions. Will you have to invest a lot to just do the daily transmutes, etc.? But yeah, you'll need to level up your alchemist. You'll need to get your alchemy leveled up. You'll then need to be buying the materials to, you know, whatever the material values cost to do that. If all of a sudden, at the launch of the expansion, if everybody's looking to level up 10 alchemists, all that's going to do is jack up the price of all of the materials for everybody. It's going to be outrageously expensive to do it. And that's in before you even consider all of the people that are actually trying to use one alchemy to make potions, to provide the consumables and everything to everybody else. But yeah, long term it'll definitely pay off. How costly is blacksmithing look to level up? No idea. Blacksmithing's still really broken. Especially in terms of its materials and stuff, so. I would point out blacksmithing is never cheap, though. Blacksmithing is always one of the more expensive ones to level up. Okay, what can we continue to say about careful carvings then? Maybe I should... What do I want to do with this character? I'm just wondering if this is the point where I throw a whole bunch of knowledge points into it and simulate what it's like to live as a maxed out scribe for a while. Where's the one of you?
We shall meet again.
Give me 1,000 spec points. Let's see what life looks like once you've got all points in a few places. This, in theory, 90 points, and it gives you the ability to, should give you pretty much the ability to guarantee the staves at top quality. Where are they? Vagabond, something or others. Now, even if you choose to go that direction, you are going to be buying your, well, obviously, it's a work order system, so you're going to actually tell the customer they need their own, to provide their own materials. But you will need them to be providing most definitely top quality materials. Yeah, even was 420. Even if you have a full set of tools, full set of tools up here is the equivalent of 40 skill points. You can add 40 skill on top of this, which is still less than the 420 needed to guarantee quality 4. But yeah, players are going to absolutely need to provide quality 3 materials in orders, even if you as a scribe are fully spec'd into making staves. There's no scenario where anything other than top quality is acceptable. Unless said crafter is willing to use a shitload of concentration. Let's put some points in Pursuit of Perfection real quick. Then maybe we can make some of those higher quality intermediates. I wonder how long they will let druids just do mounted farming for herbs and ore. You think they're going to take it away? Do you think they're going to consider it too much of an advantage? Did druids have to spec into it for Dragonflight? Or they probably will. That's how it was in Dragonflight. Is that what they did? I can't remember. So actually, here's a good little test. Where's my milling now? Now we've put 4 points into that. Are we getting... Oh yeah, it's gone down to like 2 or 3 pigments per. Oh, that's odd. We were getting 4, 5, 6, 7 pigments. I mean, it's fast as fuck though. Sheesh! It cuts the yield in half. Oh god. But you are able to get quality 2 pigments from quality 1 herbs. Let's just point that out real quick. Quality 2 pigments being spat out from quality 1 herbs is likely to be a significant advantage. I would take half as many. I would probably take half as many quality 2 herbs. It still feels like it's bugged and it's broken though, mind, but can we take quality 2 herbs? Yeah, quality 2 herbs are still going to produce quality 2. So that's kind of like, what's the yield on these? Oh, we got a 5, we got a 4, we got a 5, a 4. Oh, it's still broken, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, there's no way that's not a bug. You know what, that weirdly makes me think that the yield is somewhat linked to your crafting speed. And if that's the case, that is ludicrous of a coding decision. Okay, that is quite funny though. Wait, why are we not guaranteeing here? Oh, because I haven't got the tools. Right, of course. So yeah, once we've got another 40 points on top, we would literally, by 2 points, be able to guarantee top quality pigments from top quality herbs. Sheesh! But if you use quality 2 herbs instead... 172 concentration per button press? Fuck that business. Oh, God. What, I can make 10... Yeah, that's expensive. That shouldn't be that expensive. That shouldn't be right. That's not right. That's probably to incentivize you then to go over here and put all of your points into ingenuity over here, isn't it? So that you go, oh, okay, I see now. So let's put all of our points into here. And let's put all of our points into here. And we take that 172 down to... Can we get it down to something more modest? 170... No, it's still 172. All it's actually done is jacked up our ingenuity. There was no concentration reduction. Wait, hang on. Ingenuity refund... Oh, only when ingenuity procs does it give you more concentration. There's not a flat concentration reduction. Ew, that makes this node even worse. That makes it even worse. I was thinking putting points in this might reduce your straight up concentration costs, but it doesn't. All it does is mean when it does proc, it might give you more back. Oh, that's horrible. Okay. Well, let's not forget, it might not actually be that bad on quality 2, because if you did have your tools, that's another 40. That means 172 is going to drop dramatically. But it's still not going to mean you can do much. Probably not a very valuable way of using your concentration anyway. You would mill top quality herbs to guarantee yourself top quality pigments. You would probably be more likely then to use... Do you not craft the tools? I can, it's just a faff. I understand the numbers well enough to get an idea of what's going on without having these made. Stack our resourcefulness. Stack our multi-craft. I wonder if there's a world plus 40, 507. No, there's still not really a world where you can skimp on anything here. Top quality nacreous pigments are probably going to be cheaper. You would like to be able to drop down to only quality 2s of these. Would be your ideal. 440 would push it up to about here. Yeah, I might need to make some of the tools. Would the racial make a difference? Not really. No. It will mean that if you're using mid-tier components... Yeah, I mean, if you were using mid-tier components, you'd use slightly less concentration. But it's not by enough that it is going to make a world of difference. It's one of those, though. It's a scale thing. Long term, it will make a difference. Short term, not really. Not at the scale in which most people do things. Okay. It's interesting to see, though, that Inscription went from being completely 100% broken to, I would say, 95% complete. I can't really see much within Inscription that's fundamentally broken. I definitely disagree with this number. Where's it gone? Well, these numbers in general. There is some slight balance tuning to do with milling, definitely. Because we went through an absolutely disgusting amount of herbs leveling this up. Maybe that's by design? I don't know. But for the most part, it seems as if these haven't had their reagents done properly yet. These are still broken. These feel as if they're gonna have something change with them. These don't feel very... The argument probably is that these all want to be the same reagents, give or take. These all feel as if they're probably finished, finalized. 300 acuity, 300, 300. They could all easily be... Okay, well, we've got some significant differences here, haven't we? 15 boundless ciphers and 20 codified greenwoods, comparing it to the inscription tool, which is 1 and 1. That's still broken. 2 shadow inks and 1 cipher. Same for all of them. Oh no, 1 and 1. Okay, these need some check. Okay, maybe everything's not quite as finished as I was giving it credit for. Oh yeah, half of these haven't got reagents yet. All right, yeah, there's still a balance pass to be done on Inscription, but it's not far off. The spec trees seem to be 99.9% finished though. Is that tree finished? Am I happy with my notes for this tree? No, because I haven't made any. I haven't made any. Right, this is your weapon. And profession tool tree. Left side nodes. Or weapon crafting. The right side profession. Are there any significant perks or bonuses or anything interesting to actually talk about any of this? Or is it just like build the tree, be good at doing it? That's literally it, isn't it? Not super... Yeah, not super interesting. That's a tree generally. Nothing particularly fancy happens at any point. It's just put points in it until it's full. Then you can turn around and go, yeah, mixing rods, boom, quality 5. That's also clearly not balanced because that's clearly not balanced. We got, okay, that's more like it. Yeah. Oh, what? No, wait, hang on. That's only the basic bitch one. Oh, that maybe is right. Where's the 580? Oh, okay, they have been balanced. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, nothing particularly fancy or special happens in this one. Profession nodes. Hyper. Hyper focused. Might be a big risk on, but a good one. Yes. Right, what's the last tree? Archival editions. Oh, this is your Dark Moon and Missives tree, isn't it? Archival editions. Master the creation of various inscription services in the esoteric Dark Moon cards. Learn how to transcribe and find Dark Moon cards across Khazalgar. This is interesting to me. And find Dark Moon cards across Khazalgar. I have yet to test this, but I'm very tempted to level up a character with Inscription just to see if any Dark Moon cards drop for me whilst questing and leveling up. Because I have a sneaky suspicion that whilst Dark Moon cards might be world drop, I have a sneaky suspicion that they might only drop if you happen to be a scribe. Which could be an interesting twist. Excluding the fact that you can fish them. But every week they're nerfing the rates from fishing. If you ultimately have to be a scribe to actually find these, that would make it quite an interesting twist. It would kind of add value to Inscription, considering they have taken away the ability for the first time, I think, ever, for scribes to actually craft the cards. All we're responsible for doing is taking the pre-built cards and smushing them into optional crafting reagents or embellishments, as they're often referred. Or alternatively, to take any old card and turn it into a card of a certain deck. Can you take Radiance cards and transcribe it to other Radiance cards?
Let's make sweet, sweet profit
Vivacity,
together.
Ascension, Symbiosis, Radiance. So you can take Radiance cards, transcribe the essence from your other Khazalgar Dark Moon cards into cards of Radiance. Interesting. Mirror Flower with the Prime. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. You can turn a Radiance card into a random other Radiance card. I have no idea how it's going to be possible to test this without Darkmoon cards of some form being on a vendor somewhere.
Money, friend.
Couldn't find any on here anywhere, could I? Fishing them takes ages too, by the way. Yeah, I've not done much fishing, but all reports that have come my way are indicating that every week they're diminishing the drop rate. It's they started off. It started off, for reference, for those who don't know, it started off that you could actually fish full trinkets, which was like, oh boy. That then got nerfed quite quickly to you being able to fish up just the ace through till 8. Yeah, it even seems to have been reduced even further than that since. Just in sort of drop chance.
Be careful.
This is second-hand information, though. I've not tested this myself, personally.
This had better be good.
There's definitely no Darkmoon stuff on any of these. Meaning it's not going to be something we can test.
The dunes have everything
Fortunately. We did so much Darkmoon deck crafting and testing during the Dragonflight beta, it was ridiculous. This time round, we're going to have 0 crafting testing to be done. Full trinkets was obviously... Oh yeah, of course, but it was like, it was funny all the same. Right, where do we start with on this then? Archival editions. Improve your ability to craft a lexicon of scriptures that can empower your equipment, increase renown, and reveal Darkmoon cards. Whoa, 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 whoa. Back the truck up. What? Empower your equipment, increase renown, and reveal Darkmoon cards. Oh, is this referring to contracts? Okay. Empower your equipment, missives, increase your renown, contracts. Just say what the fuck it is, Blizzard. Don't make people have to, like, guess your tooltips. And reveal Darkmoon cards. Lexicon-related goods. Well, lexicon-related goods is going to be... mysteries, embellishments, and contracts. Profession stats. Okay. None of the skill nodes give any indication of improving your chances at getting Darkmoon cards. And reveal Darkmoon cards. Do you reckon you start off with a 0% chance of finding Darkmoon cards? And then that increases? Gain 1 skill per point in this spec. Maybe we read on, maybe we find more. Improve your understanding of the Darkmoon cards located in Kazangar. Gain 1 skill when crafting Darkmoon sigils. Unlock the ability to add finishing reagents. Skill when crafting sigils. Oh, that's clearly broken. Gain something when crafting Darkmoon sigils. And learn a sub-spec. Skill. Something when crafting. Okay, that's still a little broken. Darkmoon Sigil Radiance. Skill when crafting the sigil. More skill. Oh shit! There you go. Increase your ability to find Darkmoon cards by 50%. And only once fully spec'd into a certain card type can you transcribe other Kazongar Darkmoon cards into Cards of Radiance. What's the baseline chance though? 0.001%. Yeah, 50% increase. 50% of 0 is still 0. Yeah, that's about as... Yeah, without knowing what the baseline is. And then we doubled it. We took 0 and we doubled it. Okay. And presumably each one of these has a similar node. Increase your ability to find Darkmoon cards by 50%. So in theory, once you are spec'd into all of these, does it stack? Does that mean you have a 200% increased chance to find Darkmoon cards? To get there, you need 30 points in here, and then 15 points in each one of those. So 30, 60, 90 points. 90 points into Darkmoon cards is either going to give you a 50% chance to find individual cards or a 200% combined chance of finding Darkmoon cards, depending on whether it stacks or whether it's deck type specific. Okay, well that's really the only interesting thing about Darkmoon cards this time around, other than the fact we don't craft them. And then this side is just going to be missives, right? Improve your ability to create the variety of scripture that increases your standing with other factions, also known as contracts. Just call them fucking contracts. Focus the power of equipment, missives, and take the most and take on the most powerful foes. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, Vantus runes. Learn to add finishing reagents when crafting contracts, missives, and Vantus runes. There we go. There we go. I really wish they wouldn't be so goddamn cryptic with their tooltips sometimes. English is my first language, and even I have to read it twice. Contracts, missives, Vantus runes. Okay. That's all, once again, very... There's nothing that's going to catch you out during these nodes, right? Skill when crafting contracts, skill when gaining contracts, so on, so on. %2 crafting speed. Oh, so it works similar to potions and stuff. Alright, cool. Missives the same. Hang on. Gain 2% crafting speed every time you craft a contract for 30 seconds, stacking up to 15 times. I can't be the only one that thinks that this is the most useless node in history. Has anybody else figured out why this is the most dumb node that ever exists? Because contracts are a one-off. Exactly. You're not crafting them to put them on the auction house because they're warbound. You might fill a work order for one. You might craft one for yourself. Oh dear. Well, this node was clearly implemented before they decided what they were doing with contracts. Yeah, that's a real five-head moment, that one. Where do we even learn the contracts, by the way? I've just suddenly realised I don't have any of the contracts. Can I...
The winds guide you.
Is Inscription still... Yeah, Inscription's still broken in terms of the fact that you can't get the other recipes to even try crafting this shit.
We shall meet again.
Imagine if hovering over a recipe told you which nodes affect it. It'd be crazy, right? There should just be a big, you know, like we've got here, the info button. You should be able to press that for a specific pattern. And if they were really clever about it, it would instantly switch over to your spec trees and it would put a glow on every node that affects it to tell you to read that node. You know. Just fill it with points for a minute. Can I F6 on just... No. Contract node. Contract node's final point for the crafting speed buff is 100% pointless. Assuming contracts are staying around. Is the War Within crafting so much different than Dragonflight's? There's what you would consider some subtle changes, but fundamentally it's the same. Obviously a new set of skill trees, a new set of recipes to craft, all of that sort of stuff, but the fundamental system is the same. There's our transcribe option. We fill the spec tree and get all of the spec tree recipes out of the way. Then we'll have a little short list of just recipes that are not from the spec tree that we might need to figure out how to get. Boom. Is that all 4 trees full? What recipes are we still missing then, in that case? Contracts, Waxmonger, Aurelia, that dude, an order to ball hurts. So contracts are going to come at various points once you've hit a renown milestone. Somebody's hit a renown milestone. Wonder what that milestone is. Does anybody know off the top of their head what renown you need to be to unlock the contracts? Because if it's something like 15, there will be an outrageous race to grind rep, to craft, and then fill work orders on these bad boys. There'll be 4 races, each of the 4 factions. If they put it at something minuscule like 5, it won't matter. But if they put it at like renown 15 or something, then it makes a difference. What Darkmoon deck seems good so far? I don't really know. They've gone the same route with the Darkmoon decks in terms of that there's oh, I can't even show you right now because I can't even. Scribes don't make the decks. But last time I checked, they're all pretty much the same. There's an AoE one, there's a single target one, there's a tank one, there's a healer one. The usual disclaimer applies that until smart people do their sims and we get best in slot lists, don't know. So contracts are going to come from renowns. These missives, these crafting missives, are they all Artisans Consortium? They are all Artisans Consortium vendor. So the theory goes is that you could. The theory goes that you can just go buy these once you have enough Artisans metal, 150 apiece. So there's not really much stopping you from getting those. A rolling pin, a wax encrusted chest in the dark flame cleft. Okay. The dungeon, right? From a wax encrusted chest in a dungeon. Your cooking tool. Not strictly a boss drop, but maybe somewhere in the dungeon. Go get that. Alchemy mixing rod drops from delves from a heavy trunk at the end, so you can just spam some delves as a scribe to get your alchemy tool. Crafting. These are all on a discovery system. Can we simulate that now? We make a bunch of these. Crafting this may inspire you with the knowledge of another profession's book. Let's make a bunch of these. We got 75 crafts of these. And we get them all in 75. Not working. I crafted 300. Oh. Okay. Sure. Stop. Okay, that doesn't work. Nor does it actually... Wasn't there a thing somewhere that was meant to give us, like... Where'd it go? Earn an additional knowledge point when reading a book. 233. 234. That also doesn't work. Not costing metal to craft. 1 and 1 makes me think that these are not finalized. They all 1 and 1. Yeah, it makes me think these aren't finalized. They probably will. I suspect that we will probably expect to see artisan security be used to acquire these. I don't see why they would change that. So that's where they come from, and PvP gear is bought from the vendor for 7,500 honor apiece. Okay, so as it stands at the moment, really, there's not too much you do as a scribe to go out and get all of your recipes. There's a certain renown checkpoint to hit to get your contracts, presumably. I need to figure out what that is. Missives, you just buy them once you've accumulated enough artisan security. Should be available straight away. Rolling pin, you just go get it from a dungeon. The mixing rod, you just go get it from a delve. Books, you craft them for as many people as you possibly can to learn them as fast as you can. And then you either choose to go do some PvP or pay a premium for the recipe off the auction house. That's actually pretty easy. You could be 100% inscription recipes without too much difficulty, I think. Obviously excluding the fact that you need to spec in to get a bunch of them, but that will happen over time. Can you purchase those PvP recipes at level 70, or will you need to be max level? Well, I mean, if you've got the cost of them is honor. I have not gone to Hotharn Indoor Nogel to try, but I doubt there's a level requirement on purchasing the recipe. The recipes, though, we are led to believe are still going to be bind on equip. So you'll still see them on the auction house. Like, PvPers will take their honor and probably put them on the auction house. Does mean they'll probably be quite expensive, more so than usual. But also, you should only ever need to buy these once. This is the design. Instead of every season, you need to buy a full new set. They've taken inspiration from the Crafter's Marks in Shadowlands, where you get the recipes once, and then you just, as each new season goes by, you will you'll probably craft a set once, and then it'll be more of a recrafting thing, potentially. The weird thing for me, though, right, is what I don't think is widely understood is that most of the green PvP gear was not sold to people doing PvP. That's the difference for me. It was mostly sold for people who wanted to very quickly bring their item level up to speed after leveling. It was a cheat mode, a hack to quickly ding level 70 and then get straight into LFR or something, you know? It was not... Your primary customer for this stuff wasn't people doing PvP. And now making it go via work orders and they're going to be bind on equip so you can still sell them, but in terms of crafting them, you're going to need to do PvP. It's really pushed it more into the PvP market. I know it's PvP gear, but it's pushed it even more into the PvP market, which is good for those guys as it gives them a way to make gold. But it does mean for many players, it's one less market that they will deal with. I want to pre-farm the honor on my alts. I believe your honor... Yeah, I was going to say, I believe your honor gets reset at the beginning of every season anyway. So yeah, don't spend hours and days pre-farming, as your honor's likely to get reset. What's the best gold-making professions looking like? At the moment, they've all got a lot of potential. There isn't really a best. Until we start to see everything being finalized, until we get much closer to the launch and we start to see some professions looking like they're like actually finished, it's very, very difficult to tell. Plus, the gold making from professions comes from two directions. Either it comes from crafting intermediate shit and selling it to other crafters on the region-wide auction house, or it comes from crafting gear for other people. For example, at the beginning of Dragonflight, jewel crafting was really good because it did both, right? This is why jewel crafting was a jackpot profession at the beginning. Because prospecting and getting diamonds was, if you knew what you were doing, very lucrative. So you were selling stuff on the region-wide auction house, and your prospecting was very profitable. But at the very same time, there was the elemental lariat, which was just like, if you were crafting gear for people, everybody wanted it, which pushed the profession to like god tier for a while. This is sort of stuff we don't really know until the expansion goes live, because we don't know what everybody is going to want. But don't worry. Closer to the launch, we will consider doing like, I don't know, tier lists or something. Answering those questions in a bit more detail. It's way too early now. Everything is still half finished, so. Well, I think at least for now, boys and girls, and I think for today at least, that's about as much as we can do to have a bit of a play with Inscription. Final thoughts on Inscription for me today is that it takes way too goddamn many herbs. A disgusting amount of herbs to turn into inks. These values are ludicrous. These need readdressing, and I suspect they probably will. You are going to go in probably one of two, maybe three different ways with Inscription. You're either going to go the reagent route, where you focus on being really good at milling, really good at making the inks, really good at making the reagents, and then you just sell all of that shit to the other scribes. That's not going to be too costly of an adventure. You're looking at like 150 points or something like that. You're basically maxing out one of these trees. That's not going to be too difficult to achieve for some. Alternatively, you could go the route of gambling on these Dark Moon sigils. Whilst you won't be making the cards, there could be quite some demand for these sigils, because the Dark Moon deck trinket bonus can now be converted into an optional crafting reagent, embellishment, as many people refer to them, meaning you can stick it on any piece of gear that you want. If the on-equip bonus of these ends up being good enough that it becomes a best-in-slot embellishment, the Dark Moon sigil crafting side of the profession could be very good. Alternatively, you're likely to go the weapon crafting route if two-handed staves are as reasonable as they were last time. Who makes the decks now? Nobody makes the decks. Cards are seemingly world drop. Still some testing to be done on this to try and find this sort of stuff out, but there are some spec points in the Dark Moon deck route that claim to increase your ability to find Dark Moon cards by 50%. So this could be a route for, let's say, It could be another option for those 2x4 farming boomkins, maybe. Instead of hunting for like BOE epics or something, those 2x4 farming boomkins could look at speccing into finding Dark Moon cards whilst they're doing their farming. So maybe taking Inscription, maybe pairing that with tailoring for cloth collection, maybe pairing it with enchanting to disenchant all the greens you find. It gives farmers a possible option. If you are killing 3,000 mobs an hour doing a hyperspawn farm, there is a very strong chance that if you have got up to a 200% better chance of finding Dark Moon cards, that could really ramp up your gold per hour by farming. So there's an option for some people. The profession tool route feels weird to me, that you have to put 30, 60, 90, 120, 150 points potentially. That's a dedicated path for somebody to go just to make 3 profession tools. Quite a lot of dedication to make 3 tools. There are other professions out there that can specialize way more generally. Leatherworking, for example, makes an awful lot of tools. Blacksmithing makes an awful lot of tools. Admittedly, one of these is the chef's rolling pin, which does technically mean every cook, every single character is likely to want one of these because it's for cooking, and every single character is likely to want to level cooking on at least one of their characters. Then again, if there's the massive influx of alchemy alts for blasphemite crafting, then maybe the alchemist's mixing rod is also a very good winner. And then scribes are going to make their own quill. So I don't know, maybe there's a few potential routes with Inscription. There's a few options, but none of the options screams super duper mega print gold level crazy. Then again, work orders all day long. You'll never be short of a work order because of these knowledge books. You'll never ever ever be short of a work order. Stack resourcefulness, harvest free materials. I don't know. Some good options there. Some good options. And once you are fully spec'd, even fully spec'd, right? Fully spec'd, fully leveled. Sure, I haven't gone out and picked up some of these other ones, but still, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 NPC work orders out of 15. Still only 50% of them apply to me. Anyway, I don't want to end the day on an NPC work order rant. Boys and girls, that's me done, and it's me done for the week. I'm probably not streaming tomorrow, and Sunday I have a family event to attend, so we won't be streaming Sunday either. So have yourselves a wonderful weekend. You may spot me online, you may spot me lurking in the Discord, so feel free to come say hi over there if you wish. Any time I do get over the weekend, I will probably just be tinkering with stuff rather than dedicating 4 or 5 hours to do a stream. So we'll be back on Monday. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. You have a Taylor Swift concert. Nice. Okay, enjoy that one. Yeah, have a good weekend. I'll be back on Monday. Catch you later, boys and girls. Peace.